Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test, test.
Mr. Mayor, could I be where you're at?
Wouldn't that be nice if I was there?
Oh, I was hopeful.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to post a meeting notice on the beach.
Well, there's usually at least, some palm trees or things.
That's true.
That's one of the reasons the beach is such a good place to be.
Right. Good evening, Mr. Bucker.
Good evening. How's everyone doing?
Good.
You really have to ask us later, but so far, so good. You've seen enough of these to know, I know.
Yeah, I've been around.
Oh, yeah.
These video meetings have been an interesting change in my career for sure.
I don't know about you, John, but this is the first time I've been able to wear like a sport coat or a dress shirt plus slippers. Usually, I'd never done that in the past.
Yeah,
it was just,
no.
I didn't think I could pull it off.
You probably could have pulled it off, but
I dare you when we get back into City Hall.
Don't know if I got the confidence to, honestly, just don't know. We'll see.
John, when you get a minute, check your email. I sent you something late in the afternoon.
I did check that. I responded just a little while ago, so you probably.
Oh, terrific.
I will take care of that for the next meeting.
Thank you so
also
much.
Forward the other item around.
to go under the knife on Thursday.
That doesn't sound good.
No, I don't think surgeons like when you describe it that way.
Doesn't sound like much fun either.
Rotator cuff surgery.
Oh.
Hmm.
On your dominant arm or your other one?
Fortunately, on my left arm,
Okay.
it's from bearing the weight of the world on my shoulders. You know?
Yeah, the rehab is where they get you.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
It gets me out of yard work for a few weeks, though, so that's good.
I think more than a few weeks.
Unless Mrs. Moore talks to the rehab people and suggests yard work, then you could be in double indemnity, I think.
Well, I wish you luck and
Oh, I think.
thoughts for healing to you.
Apparently, it's not as invasive as it used to be.
Yeah. I think you'll feel much
Yeah.
better down the road a bit once you get through this short-term rehab discomfort.
Yeah, it's not typically hurting all the time, but every now and then I turn it wrong, or I sleep on it wrong, or wake me up in the middle of the night and like, ow. Yeah.
Well, if it's not too bad and the surgery's not too invasive, then perhaps the rehab and both getting it and just rehabilitating, healing won't be so long, maybe.
Maybe, hopefully.
Let's go with that.
Okay, I'm going with
Yeah,
it.
Paul had to actually have a whole shoulder replacement. So he's got,
Oh.
I guess it's titanium parts. Yeah. Because he had a couple of those try to fix surgeries that didn't fix.
Does he set off the scanners at TSA?
He hasn't thus far, but I assume that it will show up, I'm sure.
I hope so. Otherwise, those scanners aren't much good, huh?
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know if titanium is one of the metals they check for. I don't know. They might have them honed in.
The airport scanners don't pick up titanium.
They don't? Okay. Well, there you go.
Really?
No.
Well,
And
you
they
mean
feel-
the kind you walk through and they beep, but the kind where you do this, I think they'll show up on the scan.
Yeah, those kind of.
What
full
is the
body.
process? Does anybody know what the process those walk-through scanners is? Are they looking for density or how are they doing it? Because I'd be surprised that you could, define different metals that easily, other than perhaps magnetism or density.
I don't know.
Couldn't tell you.
Well, that's a question for Google, but probably not tonight.
Well, I've got 6 o'clock, so I think we'll go ahead and start our meeting. Welcome to the joint meeting of the Cotati City Council and the successor agency to the former Cotati Community Redevelopment Agency for Tuesday, January 22nd, 2021. You guys can hear me well enough? Ms. Burgess, if you would kindly give us a roll call.
Councilmember Harvey.
Here.
Councilmember Sparks.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Here.
Mayor Moore.
Here, thank you very much. And Mr. Obed, if you would kindly introduce our esteemed staff that are present here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, obviously, we have myself, Damien Obid, City Manager. We have John Bacher, our City Attorney here tonight. We have Angela Corder, our Director of Administrative Services. Craig Scott, our Director of Public Works and City Engineer. We have Jean-Paul Harries, our Senior Planner here tonight, and Noah Houch, our Community Development Director. And we should also have Michael Parrish, our Police Chief. Here, yeah, he's here tonight as well.
Thank you very much. And if you would kindly join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
United
States
States of America,
Man,
and to the republic
Republic,
which it stands, one nation,
nation,
under God, indivisible,
visible,
with liberty
and justice
and justice for all.
justice
for all.
Thank you.
for all.
Now I would be looking for a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of June 8th, 2021.
So moved?
Second is Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Yes,
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. And we'll move on to announcements. For those that have not been to city council meetings before, meeting orientation for new attendees and viewers. In conformance with the Brown Act and the adopted city council rules, the meeting agenda includes items labeled as action items, where the city council will consider the item and citizens are afforded the opportunity to provide comments relative to the item being discussed. The meeting agenda also includes a citizens business item, which is a designated place on the agenda where citizens have the right to say whatever they wish. The city council may or may not choose to respond to comments as the government code allows. However, if the city council declines to respond, it should not be perceived as giving credence to or agreeing with any statements that city council or its members believe are incorrect, misinformed, or purposefully biased. Measure S supports police services, a variety of recreation programs for all ages, and the maintenance of our streets, parks, and public buildings. See details on the web at cotaticity.org. Citizens interested in receiving City of Cotati community alerts via text or email are encouraged to sign up at nextl.com or by texting your zip code to 888-777. Like always, we'd love to hear from you, so please feel free to contact the city at 707-792-4600 or info@cotaticity.org. If you have a non-emergency issue after normal business hours, you can contact us at 707-792-4611. And of course, if you have an emergency, please contact 911. Continue to look for updates on the city's website and social media channels available on Facebook, Instagram, Nixle, and Nextdoor. Now we have looking for an approval on the final agenda. Do we have any changes to that, Mr. Ovid?
You, Mayor, no proposed changes on the agenda tonight?
Thank you. Now we will move on to citizens' business. Ms. Burgess, if you would kindly facilitate.
Thank you, Mayor. Looking to our attendees tonight, if you'd like to speak at public comment, please use your raise hand icon on your smart device. If you're dialing in, dial *9. Ashley Kimball, go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name's Ashley Kimball, and I run North Bay Theatrics along with my business partner, Vanessa. In case you didn't know, we've actually been partnered with the City of Cotati Parks and Rec Department for about the last 5 or 6 years. We live in the Mountain Room. That's our crazy theater classroom that you walk by. And I just wanted to let you know about something very exciting that's happening this Friday. And that is we are beginning the first annual live theater at La Plaza Park. And it's something that I wanted to do last year. I actually want to put theater on any stage that I see, no matter how small or interestingly shaped. And we have a wonderful cast of 17 kids who will be performing an hour-long show. We just met last Monday, but we've completed the show today. The kids look fantastic in their costumes, and we're ready to rock and roll and really get things kind of going here this weekend. And so I just wanted to do 2 things tonight. I just wanted to first extend the invitation to you. You know, go pick up something at Oliver's. Come lay out on the grass, you know, crack a cold one, and come enjoy watch some kids performing. You know, great outdoors, some live theater. And clearly me being very witty, I guess. We are a small female-owned business, and we've already given over $3,000 in scholarships just this year alone. And we are determined to never turn a child away due to financial reasons, and so this is a fundraiser as well. And so last but not least, I specifically just want to say thank you to Ashley Wilson and Damien Obid for their continuous support of everything that I come to them for and everything that they have done to help me, and especially the City Council and its employees and staff. I am so grateful to be here. We're one of the few theater companies that is still left after this pandemic, and I watched all of my colleagues everywhere lose their studios, their jobs, their livelihoods, and I am still here and want to say thank you and how grateful I am to continue to be a part of the community. If it is possible, I do have a 17-second clip that I could show you. I don't know if it is, but if not, thank you so much, and I appreciate your time and listening.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. You can certainly forward that to our city manager for viewing down the road, but thank you so much. And it's such a wonderful service that you provide for the community and for the children. It's fantastic, and I've heard nothing but good things about it. So thank you very much for doing that, and I look forward to seeing you in the park.
Thank you.
I don't know if, well, after the end of city business, we can offer comment by any other council members if they like on that particular comment. So.
Can I just ask the question, what time on Friday?
6:30. 6:30 both times Friday. We quote unquote open the doors at 6 o'clock. That's when we'll kind of begin pre-show stuff, but you're welcome anytime.
Great, thanks. And I'm wondering, Damien, if we can get it on the city website. I don't think it's there as an upcoming event. That'd be nice.
And I saw it was actually, they got it on the big marquee by the
Oh,
fire
great.
station. And I saw that today, and that was really exciting. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. And what's the term? Break a leg?
Yeah, well done. Very nice. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Mayor Moore, I'm just going to check in with our attendees one more time
Thank you.
before we close public comment on citizens' business and public comment for consent calendar. And that will end public comment.
Thank you. So with that, we will move on to our consent calendar. We have 2 items on there: adoption of our citywide salary schedule and our Cotati Employee Association MOU approval.
I'd be happy to move approval, Mr. Mayor.
And I'd be happy to second that. This is Councilmember Harvey.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Can we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. Do we have any direction on any future agenda items from the council? Not seeing none, it looks like we have enough on our plate right now. We'll get through that and then maybe go from there, so thank you. Now we'll move on to public hearings. We're gonna, public hearing, item 10A, introduction of an ordinance to amend the land use code to allow for discretionary approval of residential cottage housing projects. Looks like this is gonna be Mr. Harris, our senior planner.
Thank you, Mayor Moore, members of the council. My name is John Paul Harris, and I'm a senior planner with the city. And tonight we're back to talk about cottage housing. On April 27th, we had a pretty healthy discussion, and based on the feedback that we heard from council, as well as the public, we decided to make some changes to the ordinance, and I'm going to discuss those tonight. Next slide, please. I do want to give background for those that maybe missed last week's presentation. This cottage housing ordinance is being supported by an SB2 planning grant. It was part of a 15 bill housing package in 2017, which was, and these planning grants are aimed at addressing the state's housing shortage and high housing costs. In September, or actually in June of that year, we applied June and July we applied, and then we were awarded a $160,000 grant in September of 2019. And that grant is really to cover 4 things. One is the ADU JAD ordinance, which we adopted in February and March, and that was to have our ordinance be consistent with the state law. The second piece is the cottage housing ordinance that we're going to discuss tonight. And then probably in August, you'll start to see the objective design guidelines. And then following that, later in the year, the by right multifamily housing as another effort, all supported by this grant. Next slide, please. So just some timeline. This actually kind of started quite a while ago when we were discussing, we were looking at projects, potential projects in the city, and we were looking at one project which was kind of your standard subdivision like you see, well, very much like what you see going in over at Kessing Ranch at 100 Valparaiso there. And the developer was concerned that their projects were going to result in very expensive homes in order for them to recoup. And there was this talk and interest in a different type of housing form. And and it was kind of coined cottage housing. Cottage housing is a name that's been applied to a lot of jurisdictions' efforts to increase density and have smaller homes either on one lot or multiple lots. But it's a name that gets bandied about, and it has a lot of different flavors. And they were interested and have kind of stayed with us as we developed this ordinance. So anyway, because there was this interest, we consolidated into the planning grant application. That was in 2019. And then throughout 2020, we spent kind of developing the ordinance, and that is researching other ordinances, putting drafts together, discussing those with architects and developers, getting their feedback. And then ultimately on December 7th, we had our first public workshop with the Planning Commission, which where again we received feedback and made some changes. And then February 1st, we had a second workshop. And then ultimately we had a commission hearing on March 15th where they recommended adoption of the ordinance which through resolution 2021-1. And then we presented it to the City Council on April 27th. Then the City Council also asked for changes, and so we are back tonight to discuss that. So that's kind of long timeline. You know, one of the, I guess part of one thing to point out is when these things started and this project started, a lot of the state law around ADU had not really been established, and you know, just kind of the effort that we see coming out of the state. So it's been a challenge to adjust to this ordinance to respond to everything that's coming from the state kind of continuously. But that's the atmosphere that we're in right now. So next slide, please. Our target has always been with most of these SB2 planning grant efforts, and some of our planning efforts are to target housing for the missing middle. Missing middle are folks that are generally priced out of their typical low-density single-family dwelling neighborhoods, but they also make too much money to qualify for deed-restricted affordable housing. So there need to be alternatives to single-family dwellings, the traditional single-family dwellings, and multi-family apartments, and that's what these images try to show. As a matter of fact, all of the housing types that are shown here are permissible housing types within this cottage housing ordinance. So we'll call it cottage housing ordinance. It does allow for every one of these missing middle housing types that you see here. Next slide, please. Our goals with cottage housing have been to promote sustainable development with more smaller, more efficient housing. diversify the city's housing stock by providing housing type that can be affordable, as well as response to changing household sizes. We want to increase or encourage infill development, and where we can, increase density, provide a functional common open space that fosters a sense of community and openness within the developments. We wanted to provide private areas around that, which would create a diversity in landscape, as well as foster a sense of personal ownership in the development. We are interested in maintaining the character of existing residential neighborhoods, and we wanted to develop an ordinance that was basically reflective of Cotati's historic developments. A lot of Cotati's historic developments that were done through PUDs, planning tool that's no longer in our code. Next slide, please. Just general characteristics of cottage housing. They tend to be more compact dwelling units, up to 1,500 square feet in size. There's common open space requirements. The units are required to be kind of clustered around that open space. It usually involves shared amenities, both recreational and functional, like parking. There can be transitional private open space. This is to allow for the common area, then a private area, and then ultimately the porches and homes. Separation between units is typically reduced, so you can, they create these clusters of homes. And because the homes are smaller, there's a density increase given to them. And also because of all the environmental protections and the common and the open space, we can increase density without creating an impact. Pedestrian pathways work throughout the developments. They would be garaged or peripherally parking. ADUs can be incorporated, and really the idea is to foster a strong sense of community between the neighbors within these developments. And then also that cottage housing probably puts a certain form of development in someone's head or design, but they can actually be you can have many different architectural styles can be involved. They don't have to be something like a country cottage necessarily. Okay, next slide, please. And then just a couple images. These are the idealized image of what we'd like to see with the cottage housing. So here you're looking down through the common area. Next slide. And here's just a collection of different images showing the private spaces or the common spaces and the transition up from common up to the housing. Next slide, please. So on packet page 77 is a track changes version of the ordinance so that you could see specifically what changes were made. And I will go through what the changes are. So first thing we did, we heard, I think, really loud and clear that the council did not feel that it would be appropriate to develop these right now in the RVL, which is the residential very low density zoning district. So we have eliminated RVL as a potential district. They would not be permissible in that district. We removed the use permits, and then actually the next three kind of go together going down the left-hand side here. One is we removed the use permit requirement and really elevated the cottage housing development plan as kind of the entitlement piece. Coupled with that is there must be an increase in density, an increase in the maximum density of the underlying district. And this would require discretionary city council approval of both that density increase and the cottage housing development plan. Essentially what the council is doing is you're giving a benefit to a person or a project sponsor something above and beyond what is just available for them to go if the cottage housing ordinance didn't exist. So, and that's going to help us later. We'll talk about how this will help us to control the development, because essentially they don't have to go down this path of cottage housing. It does restrict the development to what is approved by the city council. And if they want to make changes to that would change density or ADU count, they would have to come back to the council and have a new development plan approved. So that is with, our attempt to try to control the development, say, hey, we're going to analyze it. We may even include the ADUs, and you may include ADUs in the beginning. The ADU rules match pretty much what state law is, so that there's no strange, here's what an ADU can look like over here versus what an ADU can look like here. it's all the same laws, same apply. But we're kind of saying, hey, we're going to look at it as one big package, and you're going to get a development or density increase as part of this package, which is completely discretionary for the city council to award or not. Moving on, we eliminated the minimum unit size. So there is no minimum. Previously, we said it at ADUs, or excuse me, the cottage units must be 700 square feet. That's gone. And we reduced the maximum size back down to 1,500 square feet. 1,500 square feet still allows for, 3-4 bedroom homes and a variety of family sizes. We reduced the cluster size from 24 to 18 units. One of the recommendations was to make that lower. Some suggested 12, but having looked at how this would work on larger parcels, I was just concerned if we force the cluster size too small, that we really end up putting in more roadways in order to access the various structures, clusters, than is necessary. When you can design for a larger cluster size. Also, we are encouraging this in our medium density and urban density areas, and we didn't want to accidentally force higher density areas to try to really cut up their developments in order to meet that cluster size. So we're recommending 18 units. We reduced the building separation from 8 feet to 6 feet. Previously, the ordinance allowed this reduction, but you had to kind of move it into the common open space. I think the council felt like that was a little bit onerous, and just go ahead and reduce the 6 feet. That's fine. We also heard some comments that there is a concern that you would kind of get an apartment building look in some cases because of the attached units. We addressed that by limiting the number of attached units to basically a fourplex. You can do multiple fourplexes, but you can't do like an apartment building of 12 units, for example. Amended the ADU provision to match the size limits by state law. This is what I mean about making sure that our ADU chapter is consistent with the ADUs that you can build as part of this in terms of what they look like and where they can be placed. And I removed the statement that talked about the number of ADUs that may be allowed, because we're actually going back and looking at it, it seemed to suggest the possibility to get a whole lot more ADUs than actually state law allowed for in certain circumstances. So we just eliminated what the numbers are and just talked about that they can be incorporated into a development plan. In response to one of the comments we heard, we eliminated the requirement for porches and private open space, but only in the NU zoning district. I think there's a valid comment made that in those particular districts, could be dealing with multifamily type structures without the ability to have porches. As well, the private open space may become onerous in those higher density districts. So there in an NU zoning, the focus really would be great if they incorporate it, but the focus will be on having functional and usable common open space. Post-approval changes would, in density or ADUs, would have to come back to the city council for the plan to be amended. And then we also heard comments about the EV charging, and we heard comments about parking. And we didn't propose any changes as part of the ordinance. And in some cases, we were hearing that there's too many EV chargers or more than enough. And in other cases, people wanted more. And we heard the same thing with parking, that, you know, in some cases, people were concerned that we weren't providing enough parking, and others were concerned that we're over parking the projects as the thing was proposed. And because you can't really apply parking to ADUs, we felt, you know, this is actually probably a safer route to just stay with what we have in terms of the two spaces per unit. It's what we use in the city. In general, it works. That being said, I'm an advocate for less parking, but I still think we don't want these projects to create an impact on the neighborhoods where they might be built, and it's best that we just kind of keep the parking, the standards the same. However, within the staff write-up, and I put it on page 75 of your packet, there is some suggested language if you did want us to adjust the EV charging. And the way this system would work, it's a little bit different, and it gets at making sure that, excuse me, making sure that the guests have access to chargers. So 20% of all guest parking spaces would be wired up with actual chargers and made available for charging. 50% would be kind of plumbed and ready to go. With the owner-occupied parking or the owner-designated parking, it's a little bit different. There, 100% would be wired and ready to go with a minimum 220 volt, 40 amp. So essentially, they'd be ready to go immediately to receive a charger, but it would just basically be on the owner to purchase the charger that works for them. And but they would have the infrastructure to support that. The emphasis here is making sure that the guests have chargers available to them. And then there were just some correction of minor, really, just typo type errors. And that really covers the extensive exchange of the changes. And let's move to the next slide, please. So we are recommending that you introduce the ordinance, amending the land use code to allow for the development and regulation through the discretionary approval of cottage housing projects. The draft ordinance is on packet page 155. That's the clean copy. And with that, I will be available for questions or comments and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris, and thank you for the staff for those changes suggested from the council. Now I'll open up to the council for any thoughts or questions. Councilmember Harvey.
All right, JP, thank you. Thank you for all your hard work on this. That was awesome. I do still have a couple of questions. So when we talk about having the ADUs and JADUs in the plan that comes before us, and then it sounds like at a later date, someone could ask to modify and add an ADU. How is that controlled? Do we like place something on the deeds that restricts that, or I mean, who manages that?
purposely avoided a deed restriction pathway just because of the problems that it can create with financing that deed restrictions would do. So we went out of the way to try to develop, basically this development plan is the entitlement. It's kind of like, for lack of a better example, it's kind of like when you approve a map for a subdivision. It's, for example, that would be, you know, it kind of shows here's the development plan for the particular development that's being developed. And that's what you have to follow. So it's more like here's the document showing the development as opposed to a restriction restricting the development. That's in the hope that it gets carried in. John, were you breaking in there?
Yeah, I'm sorry, JP.
That's
if I could just chime in a little bit. We talk a fair amount about trying to address the problem you're raising, Councilmember Harvey. And I think that at a certain point we just kind of threw up our hands and said, you know, since these plans are discretionary, and we can't think of all the possible ADU scenarios that might arise, it's best to just leave that plan requirement discretionary. At the time we're looking at that plan, we can identify all the opportunities for ADU and try to point those out and perhaps have the applicant change their project so it doesn't create ADU opportunities that would be problematic for the community. So we just decided it was best dealt with on each individual project rather than trying to address it at the level of this particular legislation.
I get that.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that, and that's perfect. But there's words in here talk about later ADUs, and I guess what I'm wondering or what I'm hoping is that, you know, if someone comes in and says, I want to build an ADU in one of these cottage developments, that staff or someone will say, well, this development was already approved as it stands, and then what happens? Does it have to come back to the council? Or I just kind of would like a little clarity on that. I understand the original one and that you would manage that and we'd approve it. But
so Councilmember Harvey, this is Noah House, Director. So, you know, right now someone comes in for an ADU and they go straight to building permits. So in theory, you know, someone would not come to the counter and say, hey, I'm interested in building an ADU on my house. I'm in this cottage housing development. And we would say, oh, well, cottage housing is unique in that changes to the development plan require city council approval. And so what we've been working with the attorney's office to respond to the council's concerns, we've kind of created a unique entitlement that essentially says any future changes need to go back to the city council. So we're going to have to think about, you know, whether the fee structures for that, do we want to, you know, maybe make it somewhat of a streamlined council review, because maybe they're not going to be a significant concern, or maybe certain developments, when the council approves them, they may even say, you know, we'll consider X amount of percentages of additional ADUs into the future, all those things. But the community development department would essentially identify these unique development types, and if that request came in, we would flag that as needing council approval prior to being able to move forward with a building.
that's what I wanted to hear. I just wanted to be sure that there was a process being put in place, because as you pointed out, other ADUs just simply come in and get, you know, basically counter approved, and I just, if we're going to go to this much trouble to approve a plan, you know, I just wanted to be sure we had that. My next question has to do, we eliminated the minimum size, but how does it work? And again, is this just part of the plan? If they come in and say that they want the primary structure to be 100 square feet, yet an ADU has to be a minimum of 700 square feet. How does that kind of work?
So just, I'll respond to that. So in that situation, ADU actually does not have to be a minimum of 700 square feet. What we would do is essentially the smaller home would be the ADU from our perspective.
Okay.
And that's how it is today. So if somebody had a small 600 square foot house, and they came in and said, hey, I'm going to build a 1,200 square foot ADU, we would say, actually, no, that needs to follow the rules of the zoning district, and your existing smaller house will be your ADU.
Okay, okay, I just wasn't sure, it just seemed a little bit odd, especially trying to marry it with the rules that the state put down on ADUs, so. My next question, we are reducing the separation of the buildings from 8 feet to 6 feet. And when we do that, that leaves less than 3 feet worth of walkway. From an ADA perspective, are there any requirements that people be able to go on the sides of their homes?
I can take this one as well. So,
Seems like
yeah, ADA would not apply to. Well, first of all, there will be 6 feet in between. But yes, if someone were to have a fence to separate it, then that would be 3 feet between the edge of the fence and the edge of the home, because the total distance is 6 feet. But there's no ADA requirements applied to private property side yards.
Okay, good. That I got to thinking about it, and if someone put a fence, I'm like, oh gee, how would you get, how would you possibly get down the side of your house? It doesn't leave very much. I acknowledge the requirement for the porches and private spaces in the the most dense. Even a lot of our apartment buildings and things at least have, a porch or a deck or something. I mean, I guess without anything, it just seems like you don't even have space to put, a couple chairs to sit out and, meet with your neighbors and stuff. I mean, even the homes that we have in various spots along East Cotati, I don't know what their terminology is called. Even they have a very small front porch such that you could, sit out on your front porch. So can you help me with that a little bit?
Yeah, some cases they do have those. In many cases, in the NU urban district area, many don't have those though. So I will say that the ordinance doesn't just, it does, 500 square feet per unit is, I would say it's actually more than triple what our requirement is for a standard NU type development building, which is 150 square feet per unit.
Okay.
So all it does is it allows you to move kind of where that open space would be. Now it doesn't prevent them,
Okay.
but it's just a requirement. But I think that the open space requirement that we do have being, 500 square feet versus 150, and allows for people to work with that space differently than what they might do in an NU typical development. That said, there's also flexibility in the code or within the ordinance. There's really nothing to prevent them from actually doing that. We're not saying no, you can't do it. It's just not an absolute requirement in those districts.
So we could highly encourage it, but we
Sure.
All right, that's fair enough. And then my last question had to do with the section about the common maintenance area. And it said that the cottage development shall be required to implement a mechanism acceptable to the approval authority to ensure that the care and maintenance. Is that like a HOA? It didn't say that, but is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're thinking, is something like an HOA or a maintenance agreement. We just need to be careful that we don't tread on, real estate state law with respect to homeowner associations and other maintenance type agreements by dictating it as part of this ordinance. So we would just make sure that as part of our approval, we understood what that maintenance agreement would be, or what that shared use agreement would be, and that it was adequate to support the development.
Correct, because we have seen, which is coming up later in our packet, what happens with things like the landscaping and lighting districts that can't pay and maintain. So yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, actually, Councilmember Harvey kind of started for me some of the things. The one question I wanted to ask, I have some concerns about some of the things in the proposed ordinance, but there are more items to discuss later. But this one question for staff I did have about eliminating the requirement for porches and private open space in the NU area. Now, looking at the zoning map, I recognize the areas, I can see how few, and I know from living here how small they are. So I do recognize the need for this. At the same time, I have concern about losing something that's pretty well loved and been rather common and frankly successful for the city of Cotati in the last 20 years. So that most every neighborhood we've built, no matter how small, no matter how pricey or how inexpensive, has had some sort of small covered porch in front for a sense of community and some sort of backyard space, even if it's small. So I guess the question I wanted to ask you, Mr. Harris, clearly I believe we're supposed to, in cottage units, have a minimum of 400 square feet of private open space being provided per dwelling unit. Clearly that's not going to fly. I can accept that, but where's the sweet spot that we could say that we could either, one, allow a covered porch area or a private space, one or the other? Is it 50%? Is it 200 square feet? Is it 100 square feet per unit? Or alternately to having one of those two, could we add a little bit extra then to the public open space, to the central open space area? Because I think it's great to have a sense of community and to have people be able to share a space, but I also know people really want a space that's theirs, that's more private sometimes to sit, that's not inside all the time. And I'm a little worried about just cutting that off completely. Where's something in the middle that might work that will tilt this where we'll make this doable for the people who want to develop there, but will still provide some of these benefits for the people that ultimately have to live there?
When I'm looking at the NU districts, I think you should imagine 2 or 3 story multifamily type developments. So that would be the development type that will be developed in order for them to meet their density requirements.
3-story in areas outside the downtown. We're talking up Valparaiso and some pretty rural looking neighborhoods in some of those areas.
That's a possibility that you could get up with 3-story in some of these in the NU area along East Cotati, where you see a lot of that. You already see the 3-story with like Village Walk, for example, and Santero Way has 3-story kind of condominium developments. But Santero Way is an example, I think, where perhaps there you might see the sweet spot, because we do have taller structures, and there is some sort of little porch or patio built in on the upper stories. You know, we could keep it in there. I was getting the impression that it was not going to work, and
I'm certainly open to
the
reducing
council's
it.
opinion. So
I wouldn't ask you, I don't remember us discussing it, but I see the logic of what you're saying, and I wouldn't ask to go back just to the regular 400 square feet of private open space in addition to the requirement for the common open space. But I'd like to see if we could carve out a small amount at least per unit. That's what I'm looking for from you.
yeah, we could require that everybody have at least a deck, because sometimes there's these outside, you know, like decks. It may not be the full covered porch that you're envisioning, but there could be, you know, outside decks.
And what would that look like as in terms of square footage per, roughly, per
That's
dwelling
why
unit?
I was just doing some math and I was thinking, well, like a 6x8 deck seems reasonable. So, 42 square feet. I'm not, not even, I
Round it to
kind of
50?
going on the fly here, but 48 square feet. We could say something around there. So that way you get something.
That would get, we'll talk about it later with my colleagues, but yeah, I think that 50 square foot call out is pretty small, and it keeps this within the best practices of what we've been building in Cotati, which I think has been very successful. That's kudos both to your work here as well as our previous people working here. So thank you. That's very helpful. That's the only question I have for staff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Mr. Hausch and Mr. Harris for answering my numerous questions before the meeting, but I do have a couple more that I thought of after I talked to you. So to follow on Vice Mayor Landman's comments, I was wondering about the neighborhood medium zoning district in terms of private open space. I was thinking about some potential infill sites that are within the neighborhood medium zone, and was wondering whether the 400 square foot of private open space requirement would preclude developers in that zone from being able to take advantage of the density bonus. Is there any concern that that amount of open space would be would just cover too much space and not allow the number of units to be built that they otherwise could? That was one question.
Would you like me to answer that right now, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, yeah, I was just wondering what you think about that.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I don't think, because there are a couple different things that come into play that become limiting factors. One is the combination of the common and private open space. That may prevent you from getting to high, double density, for example, the maximum density. What I'm hearing more than the 500 and the 400 combined, what I've heard is what's likely to be the bigger limiting factor is the land coverage of the underlying, that's basically part of the underlying zoning. So, there is a allotment for, you're allowed more coverage, but still that's where we're hearing people were running into limits and trying to maximize the amount of density in their projects that they were helping design for us. It was the land coverage itself, not the actual ordinance that was creating the problem.
And is it accurate to say that was true for NM, as specifically for the NM district?
We didn't apply it to an NM district, but it only has just a slightly greater allotment than an L district, for example.
Oh, okay.
So my guess is it would be the same. There, it's going to be a land coverage issue. That's my guess. But there's no question that between land coverage and the open space requirements, that in some cases those are going to be limiting factors. You're not going to be able to get to the density. That's kind of baked into the ordinance in order for these projects to remain compatible with the surrounding developments. We don't want them to be an island of density. We want them to fit in. And so in some cases, they're intended to not just, be a blowout in density, but to actually have some limiting factors to them.
That makes sense. I guess the reason I was thinking of the private open space in particular is that it can make it difficult if you're building more than one story to get that 400 square feet. And that's one way to build the density while complying with the coverage requirement. Mm-hmm. And so I'm wondering, maybe I'll bring that up later just as something to consider. And then I had one more question, which was about the electric vehicle charging. I appreciated what you had to say about the owners, that how the units would be sort of ready to go, but it would be up to the owner to install the charger. What would that look like in developments that are done as a rental property? Would the owner of the rental property be required to install the units, or what would that look like?
Well, actually, the language refers to both owner and unit designated, so there, it would be the same thing. I think there, whoever owns the rental unit would be, it would kind of fall upon them to be the installer with that particular ordinance. We can change the ratio and require a certain percentage.
If there was a landlord that just didn't want to install them, they wouldn't have to. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have more comments, but I'll save them for later.
Sometimes, often though, there's often programs where those chargers are not that's not where the expense is. They're often given away, you know, so I don't foresee that being, well, you know, you can always end up with that landlord, but I don't think it's going to be a problem, financial.
And I would just add, you know, as the EV market kind of becomes more mature, we are seeing just essentially wall-mounted plug-in units where the EV charger can plug right into the dryer 40-amp plug. So as long as it's wired and ready to go, an individual who had an EV that was renting could purchase their charger and plug it into that space to serve their vehicle.
Very good point.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Just a quick follow-up on that note. Within the last couple of years, state law has changed, and there are requirements that landlords approve tenants' requests to install EV charging stations. There are limits to that. It depends on having an assigned space, for instance. So state law tries to address that issue.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up from the council. I had a lot of the same concerns that were voiced by both Vice Mayor Landman and Councilmember Harvey. When I bring it back to council, we can talk about that. Right now, I will open it up for public comment. Ms. Burgess, if you would kindly facilitate that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Moore. To our attendees tonight, please use your raised hand icon on your smart devices. Otherwise, dial *9 from your telephone. Jesus Guzman, go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jesus Guzman with Generation Housing, a nonprofit housing advocacy organization. We submitted our letter of support earlier. Really just want to, a couple of notes I wanted to mention this evening. First, thank you to the council for introducing this important ordinance. We'd like to thank the Planning Commission also for their countless hours in shaping this ordinance. And lastly, we'd also like to thank the staff for their tireless effort in shepherding this initiative and getting it to this point today. We're in strong support of tonight's cottage housing ordinance. As the staff presentation notes, this ordinance will go a long way towards offering smaller, more efficient, and more affordable by design homes in Cotati that will contribute meaningfully to diversifying the city's housing stock and help better match resident needs. We concur with the decision to eliminate the minimum square foot requirements, and the decision to exempt rural very low density was also a reasonable one. We encourage the city to continue pursuing opportunities like this in the future to facilitate additional missing middle housing policies. And lastly, we just want to thank you for your leadership and initiative in advancing this important policy to help alleviate our housing crisis. So with that, thank you, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Guzman, and thank you for your letter of support. Well appreciated.
Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you. Well, I will bring it back to the council. Councilmember Ford.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Moore. And I would like to add my thanks for all the staff work on this. They really addressed what we brought up last time, and I really appreciate it. We did have quite a conversation. At least I said things at last meeting about the unworkability of the private outdoor space requirement in the NU zoning area. So I appreciate that removal. I barely fall within Vice Mayor Landman's 20-year timeline. We moved in 18 years ago when we built this place. I have no private outdoor space, and that was a decision we made as a group building this place, that we would rather put that outdoor space in common open space. So I have lots of spaces where I can go sit with my neighbors, and at times I do wish I had a private outdoor space, no doubt, but I'm not sad that we put that land in common outdoor space instead. And that's, for me, the fact that these developments are now discretionary and have to come to council for approval means we shouldn't make the ordinance more limiting than we have to. Like, I can envision a lot of types of developments where perhaps people aren't going to be able to meet the private outdoor space requirement that we might add back in, and that would be a sad reason to kill a good project. So I would favor leaving the private outdoor space requirement out of the NU zoning application. One other piece that doesn't make sense to me in NU that got introduced for this round of changes is the fourplex maximum in the NU. Even as Senior Planner Harry's pointed out, we're probably talking multi-unit buildings, which in order to get the density that we're talking about in NU. So I would propose that we exempt NU district from that four unit maximum per building. Again, these are discretionary, so these are issues that council gets to look at the time. Planning Commission and council get to look at the time. I think I will stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. So I'd just like to reiterate that I think it would be worth looking at reducing the private open space in the NM district, just to make it more feasible to construct fourplexes or two-story buildings, maybe like a two-story fourplex in that zone where it might just be prohibitively expensive to build a giant 400 square foot deck on the second floor. So that was my thinking there. Then one other point I wanted to bring up was the parking. And I know that there were many different points of view expressed at our last discussion about the parking requirements. But it felt to me as though there was some openness towards doing a little bit of a graded parking approach, where if the units were very small, that perhaps we wouldn't need the 2 spots plus the 15% guest parking. I was looking around at several different cottage housing ordinances in other cities, and 2 spots across the board plus guest parking was way more than what I was seeing in almost every other ordinance. Almost all of them that I looked at had some kind of grading where if the units are under a certain number of square feet, then they would require, I saw 1 spot, I saw 1.25, 1.5, 1.8, but it was really, I only found one place that required 2 per unit out of all the ones that I looked at. So having 2 plus the 15%, I think we're just out of line with the norm that a lot of other cities have decided on. So I wondered if there would be some openness among my colleagues to setting some sort of square foot limit where underneath that limit, we would maybe look at 1.5 spots. And the breakpoints that I was commonly seeing were 700 square feet or 1,000 square feet. So, I mean, personally, I think maybe requiring 1.5 spots for units under 900 square feet or somewhere thereabouts would put us more in line with the norms that I was seeing in other ordinances. And the last thing I wanted to say was just that I am really very supportive of this ordinance. I'm so excited that we're doing it. I think that this is going to really encourage a lot of new both new developments that create a real sense of community with the shared open space, and also infill developments and maybe replacement conversions that can provide some more affordable by design housing while fitting into our existing neighborhood. So I will be very supportive of projects that come before us in the future if they're in conformance with this ordinance. I'm just so pleased to see this go forward. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks, what's a replacement conversion?
Like, let's say there's a single family dwelling that's in pretty bad shape or something like that, a new owner on the lot wants to get rid of it and replace it with a triplex or a duplex or something like that.
Okay.
Or I guess with this ordinance, it would have to be a fourplex because of the minimum of 4 units. But if someone wanted to come in and get rid of what was there, or if there was a really large house on a single family lot, it could be converted internally into multiple units and maybe have an additional smaller structure added onto the property. Something's along those lines. The thing that's just so magical about that is if you have if you have 10 houses, single family houses, and you convert one of those houses to a fourplex somehow, then you've increased your housing density in that neighborhood by 30% without really affecting the character of the neighborhood. So it's just, I think, a great way to help us meet our RENA targets over time.
Yeah, I think of something like that in my neighborhood, and if I were to say, I'm just going to eliminate this house and build a fourplex here, I don't know that wouldn't have a bearing on the neighborhood.
If I might say, Mayor, I don't think it would be appropriate in your neighborhood because the lots are much too small, but I could envision other neighborhoods with larger lots where something like that might work really well.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lehman.
Well, this is an interesting discussion tonight, and I think it's an important one. I think it's a real important one. Where Cotati goes. The cottage housing concept, when I first heard of it some years ago, was really described more as a small, attractive, and affordable way for limited infill in small, irregular plots. And now it's kind of grown to something quite different. Part of that is, of course, the state's continued push, the requirements of JDUs and ADUs, which has vastly increased the density of what we were originally looking at. But I think it leads to a really crucial question for Cotati and for this council to decide. Do we support, as a council, maximizing density as much as possible throughout infill in this community and throughout the town? In other words, the largest density for more units to provide more housing. Or do we support not going that direction and keeping a small town feel and avoiding large increases in density? I love the way staff put it. It's large increases that would not fit in the neighborhoods, that would be like blowouts in density. And obviously, there's some space in between those two poles, but I will say I definitely lean towards the latter pole, especially after listening to this discussion for the last month. And I support this because I think it's what the community wants. Now, I've spent weeks because of this, just randomly, everyone I bump into, I've been asking, just in general, their feelings in density versus being able to provide more housing. And I was surprised at the answers I got. And I wasn't surprised that people said, no, they'd like Cotati to have that small town feel. I mean, how many times have we heard that? How many years? But the amount of and the consistency among all age groups and all backgrounds, very clearly. There was some openness to when I described, for example, the original intent of the cottage housing concept. People like that. Actually, a couple of people did mention Charlotte Street Village as kind of something vaguely related to that that's very attractive and very livable. But there were concerns. So I have 4 concerns related to what's been proposed in the packet based on our discussion from last week that we really didn't get a chance to wade through. I'd like to put them forward to my colleagues. I would like to support this tonight, but I would like it to go in a direction that doesn't take Cotati away from the look and feel that it currently has. So I have only 3 remaining, and I'll mention the one that Ben and I are both talking about at the end of those 3. First of all, beginning on page 73, eliminating the minimum unit size. I was fine with the reduction of the maximal size. I lived as a family of 4 in 1,200 square feet, and that was small rooms, but very doable. It was a nice place. But I'm not convinced that having houses smaller than 700 feet is a good idea. 600, 500, where does that stop? You know, are we building homes, or are we going to build something that look like oversized storage units? I think if we go without a minimum size, developers will flood us with density at the expense of neighborhood quality of life, frankly. So I personally am more comfortable with the 700 that we originally had. There's a little flexibility with me on that one, but I do think we should have a minimum number. And as we stated, this is going to be discretionary, so if there's a great case to be made sometime in the future to adjust that for an individual thing, we or whoever's here could certainly be open to that. Going to the next page. I really appreciate staff listening and reducing that maximum unit cluster size from 24 to 18. And I think the restrictions of just 4 connected is very helpful. But I would prefer to go with the existing, what appears to be kind of a standard or a pretty normal practice in other communities of 12. And I say that simply because I saw when architects were turned loose to do drawings, based on our descriptions, the rules that we put together as a potential ordinance, we got a few nice pictures, but most of them weren't pretty like what we were showing tonight. We had some things that just looked like oversized apartment complexes, some really dense, unpleasant neighborhoods that I don't think anybody in Cotati would be terribly happy with, other than the developer, perhaps. And I noticed that we're doing this because of the concern of reducing excessive internal roadways that might have to develop, and I recognize that. But if this is because we're trying to avoid smaller clusters and larger parcels. But my point is, if you have a larger parcel, you can build a regular neighborhood in that. You don't have to build a cottage unit. If you have that much space, you might be building small single-family homes as opposed of a cottage unit. So I would prefer to see the council support that, and I would ask my colleagues to support that. Likewise, reducing the building separation from 8 feet to 6 feet. Now I know we started at 12 and got reduced to 8, and I felt 8 was incredibly small. To go to 6, thinking that if anybody puts a fence up, there's 3 feet to your fence. I can't think of a more unpleasant and uncottage way to live. I personally would prefer the 12 that originally came out. I could live with the 8, and I could even live with the ability to reduce that if need be to 6, if that extra space was put back in the common open area. Again, this was the original requirement. So that would be the direction I give to that. Those are my main 3. As far as the question of open space and covered entry porches in the NU zoning district, I forgot that Mr. Ford put that forward, forgive me. I'm certainly open to taking that potential 50 square foot, the small amount we're giving them to have a private space of their own, and putting it into the common open space. But remember, there's a difference. Frog Song, you're right, people agreed to move into this, but it was designed as a shared co-housing, something somewhere between apartments or condos together. Cottage housing, as I understand it, is still supposed to be, even though it's connected, it's supposed to be kind of your own living unit. So I see a difference between the two, but I'm completely open. If we can get a little increased extra in the common space there, then maybe we could forgo that. But I'm not comfortable just making them a lesser than everybody else space. And if something doesn't fit there because of those rules, then maybe it shouldn't be built. Maybe it wouldn't be a good project. So those are the things I'd like to ask my colleagues if they'd like to support. That's what I'd be supporting tonight. Oh yeah, and lastly, so many things coming up. We have a lot of us all to comment I hate to be negative, but I don't like the idea of reducing private open space in neighborhoods. Like Mr. Moore, even if the lots are a little bigger than his neighborhood, I still don't think that's what the people who live in Cotati want if there's an open space that happens to be next to them or somebody takes down a house. There's no feathering with that. And also, you know, the house was small enough that we knew the number of people living there. There's open space to talk about reducing, perhaps less parking. You know, I would shut it out entirely, but I'm not open to 1.5 parking space per unit. I mean, that connotates that you're sharing parking with others. That means if you have a family that both work and can't work from home, you're not guaranteed having a space when you come back. I can't see how that would work. So open to a little discussion on that one, but that's my take on that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Harvey.
Thank you. Thank you for all of the input. And thank you, Ben, for reminding me about, you know, that the units that you have that have no open space. Most of the other units in lots of the different places we have at least have something, but I see what you're saying that some do, but that's really more of an apartment type thing. I guess what I like the concept that we can encourage it. I like the concept of if someone brings us this awesome, you know, development that sort of like your development has some units with open space and some without that give people a choice, that might make me feel a little bit better. But to take it completely away from all of them in a particular area, that concerns me a little bit. And I don't know, I guess where I'm getting hung up with is the requirement. Is it a requirement or not a requirement? And I see what you're saying by saying make it required. We might have issues with it. And I just was wondering if there's another way for us to word that such that it was, I don't know, strongly encouraged or recommended, or, you know, some form where there might be a balance there depending upon what the project is. So that's kind of how I feel about that open space. I'm willing to kind of like look at that. I'm still concerned about the parking. I heard the request to lower the parking, and I am concerned about that, in particular when we already, I thought I heard that we eliminated the parking requirement for the ADUs. So if now you're saying, well, the ADU doesn't have to have any parking, and now the main unit, it's going to get reduced parking, I'm really concerned about parking. If you know, if you go up and down East Cotati Avenue, where places are that don't have adequate parking, the people are parking on the street. And, you know, even some of our other developments that we've done where there's a little bit of parking other than Santero, which we know has a problem. I think it comes down to, you know, finding that right balance, and I'm not really willing to go way down and end up with people coming to us, which they do on a regular basis, because Santero Way has a really bad problem. And maybe, and I don't know that we can manage this, maybe JP or Noah can address this. I know when we were looking at doing the apartment complex on Santero Way, they were going to have to give us a parking management plan. I don't know whether we can have a cottage development giving us a parking management plan or not. You know, maybe that would make me, you know, feel better about that the parking is going to get covered. Let's see, what else was brought up? I'm still a little concerned about reducing the space between the units. I like the concept of moving that space if we're going to lessen it to the open space. It's interesting because it depends who you talk to or who you listen to. There's a lot of concern with a lot of the housing that's being developed in Roanoke Park because people are saying it's too close. I can, sit there and brush my teeth and watch my next door neighbor cooking. Some of that is design and window facing, which we're going to have to, I think, be a little bit more cognizant of. But, people don't necessarily want to be able to reach out their window and hold hands with their neighbor. So I'm open to discussing that. The minimum, that one's a tough one. 700 seems really very small. And then really, what are we looking at? Are we looking to more single occupants? 700 square feet, it is going to be a little bit more difficult to have, workforce housing for families. A 700 square feet, you won't even get 2 bedrooms. You may get 1 bedroom, it may be a studio, but I just there's got to be kind of a balance there. So anyways, that's kind of where I'm at this point. I'm willing to discuss some of these things, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Thanks, Mayor Moore. I'm a little frustrated that we continue to focus on impact as only measured by number of units. And I still maintain that a single 3,000 square foot home has more impact than 3 700-foot cottages. So I think we're stuck in 100 years of planning language that's only about number of units, which has led us to bigger and bigger houses. Like we talked about last time, it's only in the last 20 years that a 1,500 square foot house could be considered small. That was a standard family home for 100 years. So the notion that impact is only a function of units is a problem for me. And I think the goal of the ordinance is to give people an option to propose a project that is more smaller units rather than only currently developers have to build their 2,500 square foot homes with right up to whatever the minimum setback requirements are, so you can watch your neighbor while you brush your teeth. Because that's all that pencils, they have to cram as many units on, and that's I think leading to housing development that isn't serving our needs. It's certainly not serving that missing middle housing. So I think yes, single person households are a population we need to be thinking about, and that's 700 is a huge studio. It's a very comfortable 1 bedroom. I looked up the pictures that JP used in the presentation, and most of those cottages are less than 700 square feet. So I really don't want to go back to a 700 square foot minimum. That would actually put most of those pretty pictures out of compliance with our ordinance. So the ordinance is putting out to developers, here's what we're interested in looking at. So, and it's not, there's nothing in the ordinance that says we're absolutely going to approve one of these, that it's still discretionary to approve the density increase that's required. So making it more restrictive, and I'd be completely open to a 50 square foot private outdoor requirement or something like that we feel like will give people a little transitional space or a space to sit outside. That's fine. But every little thing like that we do means we see fewer projects. And it doesn't work to say, well, they could come and ask for a variance, because at the staff level, the staff just tells them that doesn't meet our requirement. So if we want to see the projects, we need to leave the ordinance open so that people can bring us projects that we think might work. So I'd be open to the 50 square foot outdoor private space requirement, either as a front stoop or a deck or some whatever they want to propose, as long as it's clear that open space doesn't mean on the ground and the decks and porches count. That was a question I should have asked earlier. I would like to see parking requirements tiered by size, so it really doesn't make, partly because that would drive the cost per square foot way up if we require the same parking for a 600 square foot one bedroom as we do for a 1,500 square foot three bedroom. So I'd love to see that tiered if we could come up with something that works there. On the EV requirement, I would propose that we use the replacement language that's in the staff report. I think providing the conduit and capacity to add chargers is a lot smarter than requiring the developers install chargers. So it is like getting the charger and installing it is the easy part of the job, and there's no reason to do that when there's no electric car imminent. Okay, thanks.
Through the mayor, could I ask my colleague a quick question?
Certainly.
Thank you. Yeah, Ben, I just wanted to ask quickly, so thank you for reminding me about the placement language. I agree with you on that. What I wanted to ask you about, I hear what you're saying about flexibility, there could be something attractive near the building. Again, I'm thinking of Charles Street Village, where perhaps it's less than 700 square feet. But if we were, as a group, to want to have some sort of at least stated minimum, even if it was open to being changed at council, since we have full discussion, what would that look like to you if you were in a position where you kind of what is your realistic idea of the smallest structure that we should support for a working family or a working couple? I'm not talking a studio for perhaps an individual, but say a couple or a family. Where do you think that sweet spot is? Because that would be helpful for me to hear.
Well, if we want to restrict these to not being available to singles, then 700 square foot might be a reasonable minimum, but that's, I hope, not something we're proposing to put in the ordinance. So I think for instance, one use case where I think this cottage housing would be attractive is for young professionals who want to be part of a community, and more people are staying unmarried and uncoupled later and later. And I think I want to provide places for them to live in our town that aren't just a anonymous apartment building. So the requirements for common open space and for some community amenities, I think we actually do want to serve single person households.
Well, okay, if you're going to be tricky on me, then I'll say, what do you think for a single person? What is the reasonable thing that you think would fit in our city, look good, be nice, not be a glorified storage space? What is the number of square footage? How low do we go, and would you think is acceptable?
Well, along the same lines of flexibility, I would be comfortable with the staff proposal to not include a minimum unit size, but I would be comfortable with a 400 or 500 square foot minimum size in the ordinance as especially if we could add language that made it clear what a couple of you have said, that they can always ask the council if they want to go smaller. So if the ordinance was explicit, the minimum unit size is 500, unless variance granted by council or something like that, then I know it's true whether it says it or not that the council can grant that variance. I think it is anyway. But if it says it in the ordinance, then it tells the developer, that's a possibility, though not what we were originally envisioning when we wrote the ordinance.
So and you may have hit on, and I won't keep this back and forth going along because we're taking time from others, but I think you've hit a few really valuable things, at least for me, hopefully for everybody else. So with that, we're not that far apart on a number. We were to pick a number somewhere in between those, but most importantly, to add language clarifying for people looking at this, developers looking at this, that there is flexibility. They may wish to make this a little smaller. they may wish to make it a little bigger. That's open to council discretion and the quality of the project. If we were to, I think, frankly, not only I support it, I think it would be a good idea to have that explicitly in there. Obviously, we're putting a lot of work on future councils, but that's what they get the big bucks for, so I'm fine with that. So is that something that would be helpful to you if we had some numbers somewhere in there, but we had clarifying language that stated that is not a hard and fast minimum size, it's simply a guideline and there is some flexibility? Because I feel better then at least we'd have a guidepost to start from and we wouldn't have some developer coming in, yeah, I've got a bunch of 375 square foot things and I've got them stacked 3 deep, miles wide. I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's, the fear is something generally like to protect against that.
Sorry, Mayor Moore, can I answer that and then we can move on?
All right, and then we'll
Yeah.
move on.
Okay, yeah, that would work for me. And one, I just want to point out that the 375 is not outrageous. If you read the county's cottage housing ordinance, it was actually designed to support tiny home villages, which are much smaller than 375 typically. So, and they're very cute often too. So I don't think attractiveness tracks too well with unit size. But I would be fine with a number less than 700 that and also included some language about flexibility.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks?
Thank you. First of all, I would be open to expanding that separation between the buildings back to 8 feet and going with that original idea from last time of allowing that perhaps they shrink it down to 6 if they increase that open space. I would be open to that. In terms of the minimum unit size, we've been focusing a lot on what constitutes a home that fits into the Cotati character. And I just want to recenter your thoughts for a moment on what people are living in now and what people can afford now. And for many people, the price that a 800, 900 square foot unit would come out to would be out of their reach. And so by reducing the minimum square foot requirement, I think we would be providing an opportunity for homeownership to people who wouldn't otherwise be able to afford it. And to be able to have someone come in and own their own market rate housing unit in a really nice neighborhood with a community feel to it would be an amazing positive thing. And I was also thinking of maybe a young graduate just out of college, their first job, they're just not going to be able to afford a larger unit, but they might be able to afford something really, really nice that's a smaller size, and especially if they're a single person. So I just wanted to reframe it and think about this as an opportunity to provide really nice quality housing that's within a price point that people can afford, and that's something that a huge benefit that we get by making the unit size smaller. I would be supportive of a 500 square feet minimum with that language. I think that would achieve most of what I'm looking for us to achieve. And just going back to the parking one more time, here's something that maybe you haven't considered, is that we could use a parking limit as an opportunity for us to incentivize structures at a size point that we want. So for example, if we wanted to make more single person friendly units at like a 600 or 700 square foot level, then we could use that parking requirement being a little bit lower to help developers make that pencil out better if they were to build that smaller unit. And I think that building smaller units, I don't think they're going to be glorified sheds. I think I could rephrase what my colleague said, Councilmember Ford said, as good things come in small packages. We can have really nice units that are just a smaller size, and it doesn't have to be 1.5. I did see other ordinances that went with 1.8 or 1.6, just these decimal numbers that when you average it out, it all works out nicely. So I would urge my colleagues to consider just to put us, because 2 plus 15% is really way out of line with what a lot of other communities have done. And I'm wondering what makes us so different that we need so much more parking for these really smaller units. So I would say, what if we went with under 700 square feet? It's 1.8 parking units or 1.6. I mean, if that parking requirement makes the difference for just one development being able to pencil out or not, I think it would be worth it to provide more housing. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harvey, and then I think we're going to come to some sort of a check off on what our conclusions might be.
I think so. So I can live with the 500 as a minimum. I like the words that it's explicit in the ordinance that says a variance may be able to be asked, because then, as Councilmember Ford pointed out, the staff doesn't necessarily get in their thought process, here's the rule, this is all I can, bring forward. Nothing. If it's explicitly stated in there, it will at least get the conversation going that says I can ask for something different than that, rather than a black and white yes or no. So I like the 500. Laura, could you tell me again, because I was trying to write it down, what you're suggesting for a 500 square foot unit for parking?
Well, I would suggest 1.5 spaces for units under somewhere around 700 or 800 square feet, but I would be happy to support some other number, maybe split the difference, 1.75 spots or something like that.
Yeah, I could probably live with that. And you asked what makes Cotati so different. What makes Cotati so different is us being a college town. And I'm right, wrong, or otherwise, what ends up happening is we get lots of college students piled into these units, each coming with a car. And that's right, wrong, or otherwise. I don't know why it happens. We could, I've had enough discussions with different developers saying, well, yeah, but they'll not bring a car. Well, they do. And that's just, we just kind of have to accept that. So what I'm trying to react to is we are a college town. A lot of these homes, no matter what size they are, be they single family homes or condominiums on Santero Way or wherever, they seem to be bought up by people that invest and rent them out, and we get college students in them. Students need housing. I get that. So I don't want to cause a bigger problem for any more neighborhoods. So I think I can live with the tiering based upon size, because knowing, like, if we had a unit that was going to have 2 bedrooms, we are likely to have 4 students. And 4 students are going to bring, and that's what we've seen in Santero. And for whatever reason that is beyond me, none of them ever use garages. If you even provide them, they don't use them. So I'm open to the tiering, but I want to make sure that we cover, our reality, which is a little bit different. I like the concept, and thank you very much, Councilmember Ford, for offering to have at least a little bit of private space. I think I can live with, somewhere in the 50 square foot range. I think that would, give that ability for people to kind of sit in their own area, maybe have some plants, maybe, I've seen people with their dogs put up a little gate and, let their dogs, be in their little front area and stuff like that. Thank you for offering to Councilmember Sparks to change back to 8 feet with putting, if they want 6, agreeing that has to go back in 8 into open space. And did I miss anything else we discussed? I don't know. but that's what I know for right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lemon.
Yeah, I'll try to make this quick because I did use some time getting some useful back and forth with Ben.
You better.
Famous last words, right? So I think we're kind of getting to a better space in this. Yeah, I want to understand, so if we were to agree to a minimum size of 500, and I'm hearing that emerge, that's lower than, I think 700 is awful small, but hey, we're all being flexible in various issues, so I'm certainly open to being flexible in that. Could I just ask for confirmation, is that with parking with that, are we talking 1.75 for the smaller houses, or is that for all of our cottage units? I could see for 600 or below, perhaps going to 1.75, although I agree with my colleagues in the voice of experience. We've been down this road and we've been burned once. I don't really want to go there, but if we can meet in the middle at least, I would agree to do that. So I'd like quickly to get an answer in that, and then I just have one last thing to bring up.
Are you looking to see if there's a consensus on a graded parking allowance?
Yeah, I believe that Councilmember Sparks and Councilmember Harvey were talking about meeting in something. I heard 1.75 parking spaces, and I'm trying to get a sense, is this for a certain size or smaller, or would that be for all?
That was like 500 square feet, we would do 1.75. I don't know where you jump up to the next tier. We didn't really come to anything on that.
Put it out at the original 700 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's fine. And so I think we've agreed to almost everything. The only thing that was left was maximum cluster size, and I would like to go back to the original standard of 12. I think dealing with the issue of roads is probably dealable. And if it's truly a huge, huge lot, it's probably better for developing in a more standard neighborhood. Cottage units versatility will be smart infill that takes wasted space and turns it into attractive, affordable housing. And finally, I just wanted to say, I don't think necessarily a small house would be unattractive. I've been supportive of this concept since I first heard about it. The concerns I had was some of the directions the state has pushed us in with the requirements for JDU and ADU, and then some of the standards that we discussed potentially trimming back, that we would have that dreaded blowout in density. And that is what I think is unattractive and unwanted in Cotati. But I appreciate the welcomeness to try and meet in the middle and prevent that. So if we can add the maximum cluster unit standard of 12 to this, I could support it personally as a package, although I'm kind of waiting to hear what the mayor says too. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Just a quick follow-up from that. Vice Mayor Landman, would you accept the similar flexibility language in the maximum cluster size if we take it to 12 and say in extraordinary circumstances the council might?
Yeah, I think that would be fine to have that in there. It's implicit, first of all. I didn't buy into the argument that people won't come and try and talk council into doing it, because my experience for years is they will. And my concern, if we make it too easy to bring us something that is a project that's hopefully motivated by just bringing the greatest common profit to the developer, we won't get something good. So that's why I want some structure to it, but I'd be happy to go there, Dan. Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. So based on the input that I'm hearing, and I've got a couple of concerns. Most of them have been addressed. I'm not keen on being flexible on the parking. I lived on Kingston, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 840 square foot unit with 5 of us, and we had 1 parking space. Well, that was very difficult. And then when my spouse, or if I came at a different hour, I had to be several meters away from the home. And again, we are a college town, so you know they're going to be rented out, because when I moved from there, the person that bought it specifically bought it to rent it to college students. So you get a 3-bedroom, 1 parking space. Who knows how many students are living in there or were living in there at the time. So I'm not real keen on that, but let's take it one at a time. So do we have a consensus that we can go down to or put in a minimum of 500 square feet? Okay, we've got 3. Okay, we're good on that?
With the explicit flexibility language in there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct, because not only that, if a developer were to want to come in down the road and say, hey, I want to take this tiny village and kind of duplicate something like Charles Street and have it for seniors, then that would make sense. You know, then they could say, yeah, I don't need, you know, that huge amount. So, yeah, I think that, okay, so we're good on that, down the 500 square feet. It sounds like we're okay with going back to the original 8 feet on the separation between the buildings. 6 feet's a little snug.
Well, with the original language that it could go down to 6 feet if approved.
Well, damn, Ben, everything's got a caveat.
Well,
Just to clarify,
No, I agree.
the original language wasn't just giving that option. It specifically said if they wanted to go to 6 feet
Yes,
between,
right.
that additional space went back to the common open.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
Agreed on that?
I think that's where we're at.
Okay.
Our thumbs are going to get tired at this rate.
I know, but that's okay, but this was
It's gonna
good.
be a lot easier to approve this. Okay, what was the other issue? Okay, the units.
Cluster size.
Yeah, the cluster size. So you'd be okay with going to 12 if we had the caveat that potentially it could go to 18 depending on the project.
Well, I thought it was just language being put in, like everything else, that it's a council final decision and they could push it. But we're starting at least with a minimum cluster of 12. Is that what we were talking about?
Yeah, but I'd be okay with the mayor's proposal too, that there's a hard cap at 18
Yeah.
in
Actually,
the
I
ordinance,
would-
which, as you say, isn't actually a hard cap.
It turns out actually anything we're doing doesn't matter because somebody in the future can do whatever they want, but that works too. Okay.
Sideline.
Exactly. It gives them something to work with so that they can, you know, which I really hate the phrase, pencil it out.
Yes.
Okay. So, the building separation, I'm glad that we looked at the covered entry porches. I would be okay with that at 50 feet, at least it's something.
Yeah.
You know, gives them a little space.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, was that 50 square feet, or I would recommend 48 because it goes nicely with 8 by 6, but is that for private open space or private covered porch?
I believe we said it could be used for either,
Okay.
Right.
but you based it on picturing a common porch, Mr. Harris?
No,
I'm not
no.
sure what.
I kind of went through the discussion. I kind of thought that it would be best to approach it with just private space, private open space, and that could take the form of a porch or a deck. Like
Why don't we leave it as a porch? Because as we know, they can ask for whatever they want if they want to put it into a yard.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand the council's direction, so we'll leave it at porch.
Okay. And then if you look back at some of the slides on some of those projects, almost all of them had some sort of little porch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then so that just leaves the parking. I'm not real keen on reducing that parking. I think it's been an issue in the community. If a project comes in that maybe it is designed for seniors or something like that, or more one-bedroom units, maybe we could have a variance on that. But typically, I think you have to have at least 2 per unit. Now, if you have multiple units in that same development where you have a lot of 1 bedrooms and then you have some 2 bedrooms from 3 bedrooms, it's not to say that a 1 bedroom occupant couldn't allow their other space to be used by a neighbor or something like that.
Through the mayor, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
First of all, I agree personally. If I was just calling this on my own, I'd stick with 2 because of the history I've seen in Cotati and what we've encountered. But one thing that might make a difference, and I just wanted to pull it out, maybe it'll change your perception of that. If not, I'd be happy to support 2 if that's where most of us wanted to go, was that proposal, as I understood it, was 1.75 only for our smallest suggested cottage house of 500. And then I think we picked at 700 feet, we go back to 2. Perhaps we could go back at 600 feet to 2. I don't know, but that's a little different. We're not saying that all these units, no matter how big they might be, 700, 800, you know, potentially larger if they really want to attract families, would be limited to 1.75, because I find that concerning. When you start talking percentages, that means neighbors are sharing parking spaces. And we're fooling ourselves if we don't think we're setting the neighborhood and us up for complaints down the road with that. But with those really, really smaller houses where they are going to be somewhat limited in 500 feet, I got to have a little flexibility. Does that sound any better?
I could live with that.
Yeah, I think that was, my friends will correct me if I'm wrong, I think that was the suggestion.
So
And
1.7.
I'm with you on this, but I think that's a reasonable, small meeting in the middle.
I think that's what Laura and I agree to.
So 1.75 at 700 square feet or below.
So we'll call it the Harvey Sparks agreement and go with that maybe.
All right, we'll go with it.
That sounds great. Thank you.
I mean, I could vote the other way if you want to go that way, John, but it seems like it's a reasonable, and anything bigger than that, anything that's frankly big enough for a family where you could get more than multiple people in there, numerous car drivers, I think you're going to have 2 spaces. And if we have a neighborhood we're concerned about, and it's in front of us, for example, as a council, we can require that. We don't have to stick with that because every single thing is discretionary.
I can live with that. So it looks like we have a consensus on that then?
Yeah, through the mayor, that's a really good point, Mark, because when the development comes to us, we can take a look at the surrounding neighborhood, because we also will know whether or not there's already parking issues. And we're gonna make them worse with this, so that's a good point.
Okay. So, with those changes, do we have enough?
One other issue is the EV language. I had proposed we use the substitute language instead of what's in
I was comfortable with that.
I would agree with that.
Laura, you okay with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. So, John Paul, do you think that you have a grasp on that?
Yeah, let me run through it.
Okay.
Because these will be, I'm assuming we're going to recommend introduction with these changes, and I'll make the changes and they'll be in the packet for late July.
Right.
Okay, so first of all, the Harvey Sparks Amendment, which is 1.7 parking spaces for units less than or equal to 700 square feet.
500. Oh, no,
Okay.
you're
500.
700.
Is it
You were-
500 or 700?
No, you're right, 700.
Okay, cluster size, is 12, it could go up to 18, given conditions of the site, the council may consider unit sizes up to 18. Go with the recommended EV charging language that's in the packet, that's been discussed. Require private covered porches at least 48 square feet in size in the NU district, which is a reduction from the private and porch and private open space that was in the ordinance.
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt that. So, my hope was that a deck, so porch implies entrance, doesn't it?
Yes, I mean, well, we could say covered deck, because there could be an internal entrance, and I think that was your.
Right.
So should it be a covered deck or covered private space?
Well, I would be fine with private outdoor space such as deck or porch, or
Okay.
something like that.
Yeah.
All right, I think we got that. And then, minimum 500 square foot, unit, with the caveat that it could be smaller, if they proposed it. That way, the council could consider smaller units. We do have that language in there, by the way, already, that gives you guys some discretion. And then basically keep the 8-foot separation language the way we had it originally, where you could reduce it to 6. And so those are 6 items that I recorded. I think I captured all of them.
I think you've got it.
Okay.
So, do we want to take a stab at a motion on this? Or do you want to bring that back, John Paul?
No, I'd rather you go for a motion on it, and then, you know, we move on. Next time it will be this will be the introduction. Next time will be the second reading and adoption of the ordinance. That's my preference.
Mayor, would you like to make a stab at it?
Sure. John Paul, are you implying you don't want to see this multiple times again?
That's what I'm implying.
Yes, Councilmember Harvey, that would be great if you want to take a stab at that.
I make a motion that we introduce and conduct a first reading of the ordinance that was attached with the amendments as just stated by JP. To allow for discretionary approval of cottage housing projects. How's that?
Great.
Second that. This is Councilmember Ford.
So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, if you would take a roll call, please.
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you guys. Thank you, John Paul and Noah and all the staff for that work. I know we're a difficult group to work with, but I think we end up with nicer projects.
I think so.
Agreed.
Mayor Moore, I'm going to need a brief break before the next item.
Okay, so we've got 7:53. Shall we come back at 8?
Gotta go check something inside City Hall, huh, Ben?
All right, we will take a recess until 8 o'clock.
It's a nice day out here at City Hall, by the way.
Certainly got a lot warmer as the day went on.
Did.
Well, you've got that covered entryway, so that helps.
Looks like
See, this is how politics goes. You never win, you never lose. It always goes on and on.
Are you going to sit out there, Ben, when we go like back into council chambers? Are you going to come inside?
We were going to move the dais outside.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. Damien will work on that.
Yeah, we could have alternate virtual backgrounds for inside the chambers and outside for breaks.
And then we would really incorporate hybrid, right? Okay, it looks like we have everybody back, so we will reconvene at 8:01. And we will move on to public hearing item 10B, resolution to approve the engineer's report, confirm the assessment diagram and annual assessment amounts for levying and collecting of the annual assessments for the Cotati Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District for fiscal year 21-22. And I am guessing this is going to be Mr. Scott.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, Craig Scott, City Engineer, Public Works Director. As the mayor had mentioned, this is the annual process for the Landscape and Lighting Assessment District. Every year we have 3 meetings with the City Council on this item. This is the 3rd one, our final one. And we first came before council in January, where I was appointed the engineer of the work, and the council provided direction to me and staff to prepare the annual engineer's report. The second meeting was in May, and that's when we prepared and presented the report, and council considered that report and preliminarily approved it, and then set the date for today for the public hearing. Next slide, please. So the city formed originally 10 landscaping lighting districts between 1989 and 2003 in accordance with the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972, and that was to pay for costs associated with maintaining landscaping and streetlights within developments. In 2017, the staff to make the process a little more efficient, we, as allowed by the act, we consolidated the 10 districts into one district, and each of the original districts are now called zones, and they retain their same areas, and we do separate accounting and budgeting of the expenses and reserves for those individual zones. Next slide, please. Here are the 10 zones, the numbers and the names. And just on this slide, I'd like to point out that zones 1 through 6, we're limited to staying with the original assessments back when those zones were formed. In zones 7, 8, 9, and 10 were actually formed with the ability to have annual inflation adjustments. Next slide, please. So this, this shows generally where the 10 zones are spread out through the city. Next slide, please. Okay, so every year the city staff, mainly the Public Works Department, provides routine maintenance to the zones. And so it's useful to point out when there was something above and beyond the normal maintenance activities. And so we've got zones 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 had sort of activities in them that are not annual. It's perhaps every 2 years or every 3 years. For example, zone 3, we replaced street light bulbs and topped and trimmed trees. Zone 6, Oak Knoll, we replanted several plants and mulched to strip, and then did irrigation repairs. On zone 7, Garden Gate, we topped and trimmed some trees there. In the zone 9 in Centero Way, there was actually a tree that was splitting down the middle, and a part of it had fallen onto the street. And so we had a contract service come and remove that tree and replace it. And then in zone 10, along Old Redwood Highway there, just south of Myrtle and Old Redwood Highway, there's some streetscape there. There were some dead bushes and trees, and so those were removed. And we'll see in a following slide how we've got plans to go ahead and replace those and beautify that streetscape. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the proposed assessments per property. And again, for zones 1 through 6, those are the same numbers we see every year, year in, year out, because they do not change. And then on 7, 8, 9, and 10, we've got the 2021 assessment that was already collected, shown on the figure, and then our proposed, on the far right, the proposed assessment for 21-22. And in the middle there, we've got the current maximum annual assessment for the last 4 zones there, and our proposed assessment is below those maximum. But the significance there is that with those zones that are allowed to be adjusted, we can take the construction cost index of when the zone was originally formed and divide it into what the current January 1st, 2021 CCI is, and that's the amount that we could potentially raise it to. But the city has not raised the assessment every single year. That's why the actual one is lower. Okay, next slide, please. And that adjustment is 2.3% this year for those zones. Next slide. These are the, oh, I'm sorry, you already advanced it. The last slide was for the total assessment, not just for the properties, but for everything. And it was showing that the city collects nearly $51,000 all told from the 10 zones each year. The exercise we go through is to compare the expenses for each of the zones and against their reserves, and get an idea. This gives us an idea of what capital projects or what big improvements we can do in each zone in a given year. And so some zones are just perennially just not capable of even meeting their annual maintenance requirements, as in the Quail Hollow zone. Just in watering the plants, just the water bill, and doing minimal maintenance, it puts them into a deficit mode. So they have an ongoing general fund loan balance that just gets larger each year. Some of the other zones, though, you could see Park Meadows, that's in McGinnis Circle. The zone balance had built up to just about $17,000, and we'll find out later there's that we do plan on spending that down to a balance of $2,000 by the end of 21-22 with some capital improvements that we're contemplating. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so just as I mentioned in Park Meadows, we do plan on spending down some of that reserve, which is normal, which is fine, and it doesn't take more than a year or two to start building it back up again. But there's split rail fences that need to be, sections of that fence need to be replaced. And here's a picture of the pathway from McGinnis Circle to Marsh Way. And then there's another section of the pathway from McGinnis Circle to the bridge that goes across the Laguna. Those sections are in our the city's capital budget that the council just adopted. And with the pieces that are within of the pathway that are within the Park Meadows zone are going to be paid for by that zone's reserves. Next slide, please. And this slide is a little bit out of order. I apologize for that. These are just the adjustments, inflation adjustments on those 4 zones. All right, next slide, please. Jumping back to improvements. So the sort of more minor improvements on some of the other zones that I just wanted to talk about was in Oak Knoll, just down the street from City Hall. We're planning on doing some replanting and mulching along Christensen Lane and the island there in the cul-de-sac. And then in Garden Gate, refresh the plants and mulch the streetscape. Centera Way. A couple years back, we went ahead and hired a landscape contractor to do the maintenance. And they, at that time also, we listened to the property manager and the HOA input we received at the HOA meetings from the residents there. And these are some of the items that they had shown interest in improving in the park, the playground, the benches, and then repair some of the damaged sidewalk. So we've been making progress each year. I think last year we repaired the irrigation, which was good timing because it had actually overwatered some parts of the park and left it kind of marsh-like. So we rebalanced the irrigation to not waste water in that area. And then in Altman Acres, like I had mentioned before, we had to remove some dead brush, some dead bushes and trees. So we would be looking at next year in 21-22 and coming back and planting and mulching that area. Next slide, please. And this is the summary, final slide with the recommendation, which is to, by resolution, adopt a resolution which approves the engineer's report, and it confirms the assessment diagram and the annual assessment amounts and levying and collection of annual assessments for the City of Cotati Landscape and Lighting Assessment District for zones 1 through 10, pursuant to the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972. So that concludes the presentation. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Do we have any questions from the council for Mr. Scott? Councilman Harvey. Councilmember Harvey.
I just have one question, Mr. Scott, and that's our favorite area, Quail Hollow. I was a little confused because on one part it says that the general fund loan is $2,498, and then in the next part of the report it says the general fund loan is $1,491.81. So I wasn't sure exactly, and that's on page 181 of the packet, and I don't have a page number for your report, I'm sorry. Didn't show those.
Okay, Councilmember Harvey, I apologize for the confusion. I think we were tracking it just what the annual loan was, and this year just recognizing that it's every single year. On one of the slides in here, I had actually put the total, the running total, which is 26,000.
Right.
So
Yeah,
That's the first time I think we've presented, instead of just showing what they're going, the hole they're getting into every year, just looking at the running total.
right, but this is for the 21-22 column on one section of the report. On the first section, what is it called? The first section where it shows the utility charges and the total expenses and then the total revenues. On that part, it says that the general fund loan for 21-22 is $2,498. And then on the next section, where it talks about fund balances, it says the general fund loan for 21-22 is $1,491.81. I just was having a hard time because the numbers didn't match.
What I'd like to propose is that we can go ahead and make that modification.
Okay.
If the council so chooses to adopt the report tonight, we could just say with the caveat that
Those numbers don't match. Okay. And I don't know which one's correct, but thank you.
We lost you there a little bit, Susan.
I said thank you. Did you hear me, John?
Oh, it looks like it's John who's lost.
Oh, I was just saying thank you, Craig.
Okay. Vice.
I think the mayor started to call me. I heard vice. Either he was talking about my habits or my job title. I'm not sure. So I'm going to go ahead and speak. So kind of a little bit of comment and question, since they go together, and we'll get it done now. But so this has been an area of concern, mild concern for some years. The city manager will remember. And one place in particular jumps out. Zone 6, Oak Knoll, Christensen Court. Because one of the neighbors there called to my attention, looking at their tax bill, the amount they pay isn't much, but still, it's notable. And when they pointed out the landscaping they had, they were concerned it wasn't, most of it was dead, and what was originally there was pretty minimal. And staff quickly did replace that, and also checked to make sure that the watering equipment was working. But within a year, it was dead again. And we replaced it one more time, and it's been kind of dead again for a while since then. And it's very minimal landscaping. We're talking some rather nondescript small shrubs with little mulch.
Mark, hang on a minute. We're having some technical difficulty here. We keep getting
Let
bounced
me
in and
stop
out.
my video. Does this help if I stop my video?
Mr. Mayor, I wasn't having any issue with Vice Mayor Landman's speaking.
I think Mr. Mayor, I think it might be you. I think you're cutting out. You could try stopping your video. That does help.
Notice the city attorney has cloned himself 4 times as well. We may be having some issues.
Well, I'm going to ask, Mr. Obid and Mr. Scott, can you hear me okay?
Yes?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you
Okay,
fine.
I'm going to go ahead and continue with this, unless I hear the public can't hear for some reason. So as I was saying, so this is an area I'd like to see for us to do better. Now, I understand completely. We have some fixed, non-rolling cost maintenance fund areas that we're probably never going to be increased, because the only way to do it would be to get everyone in the neighborhood to increase what they pay for it, and that may be unlikely. But still, with that, this is a limited number of places, and we're stuck with them, and the costs there, when you look at a city budget, are pretty minimal. I would like to ask if, and it looks like you may be, from what your report says, you're on track to already replacing the Christensen Court landscaping again. If we could make sure it stays green and that it is replaced regularly if for some reason it dies. But beyond that, next year perhaps come back with a discussion for these non-rolling areas. If we can't get agreements from all the neighborhoods, can we look at ways to do a better job of providing more attractive and more a level befitting, I think, a city like Cotati in some of these areas. I'd like us to look at that as a council, because I think we need to. And it might be something we can do. We just accept we have some legacy orphan districts that the costs don't roll, and perhaps to a small degree, we figure that as part of our cost of doing business and providing the quality of service that we provide as a city. So that's what I wanted to ask for.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford.
Just a quick question for Director Scott about what the city's commitments to these districts are as part of the formation of the districts. Like, is there a particular service level that we're committed to provide for the whopping $32 a year payment?
A lot happens with set in stone with the formation of the districts.
Right.
And so some of the original one was back in 1989. And so I think, strictly speaking, it would be to the same level of standard that was established with the original development when it was originally installed. Along Myrtle Avenue, you'll see that over the years, it does need some refreshing. The plants do need to be yanked out and new plants put in and mulched. And we did make a significant effort along Myrtle Avenue a few years back, and so we try to do that. So yes, there's that standard of care, but at the same time, we're getting $32 a year, and there's that limit. So I think the city realistically can scale back some of these efforts in those areas to stay within our budget.
Well, either that, or we accept that we screwed up when we set up those districts and didn't allow for inflationary increases, and we just have to accept it. The city's on the hook now. I mean, I think that's the direction Vice Mayor Landman was pointing, and I'm not sure at what point the council makes that call and just says, okay, we're going to take the $5,000 a year that we get, but we'll spend what it takes to keep it to whatever level we keep the rest of the city at.
Yeah, I would say that's where we're at now with those districts in particular. I mean, it's unfortunate because they're paying something, so they expect something, as opposed to, somewhere that's doesn't have a special assessment. So I think that's generally the approach we're taking now, is that we maintain it to the same level of care as we do other places. But we're not eager to take on big projects that are expensive if we can avoid it.
Thanks.
So maybe we just go with AstroTurf and some plastic flowers.
That's a fabulous idea. We just have to leaf blow the dust off the flowers occasionally. Yeah.
All right. Okay, if there's no further questions, I will open this up for public comment. Ms. Burgess, if you would facilitate that.
Mayor, if I may, this is opening it up to the formal public hearing.
I'm sorry about that, Mayor Moore. Little technical trouble, but I will open this up for public comment. And for our attendees tonight, please use your raise hand icon or dial *9 if you're dialing in with your telephone. And that will end public comment.
Thank you very much. I missed part of the beginning of that due to some technical issues on there. If I understand correctly, from your suggestion or comment, Vice Mayor Lehman, that and reiterated by Councilmember Ford, that yes, we did not put in an inflation protector on those. So in order to keep the community looking decent, we just kind of have to eat that to a certain degree.
Perhaps not as pretty as I'd like, but to the point and correct, yeah. And fortunately, those costs aren't going to destroy the city, and I think it's a place we need to go. I haven't visually inspected every place closely, but if Christensen holds true for many of the other orphaned or locked ones, yeah, I think it's a place we could, and when we get the opportunity, start moving. So we've talked about this for several years. I keep saying I'd like to see it done. I'm happy to vote for this tonight. I'd like to see us by next year be underway with the process to do a little bit better, though, ideally. That's all I wanted to ask.
Thank you very much. And with that, I would entertain a motion.
I would be willing to make a motion to adopt a resolution approving the annual engineer's report, confirming the assessment diagram and annual assessment amounts, and authorizing the levying and collection of assessments for fiscal year 2021-22 for the Cotati Landscaping and Lighting Assessment Districts for zones 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 and with the resolution of that general fund number.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second, and for those of you that were not around way back prior to 17, we had to go through each one of these, and finally we consolidated it to one. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Burgess, would you kindly take a roll call, please?
Councilmember Harvey?
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman?
Yes.
Mayor Moore?
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so that is on the public hearings. Now we'll move on to our regular agenda items and consideration of options to further explore equity and inclusivity in Cotati. And I believe our city manager is going to address this.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So just to start the conversation, we did look at other communities in Sonoma County in particular, and I will just focus on some of the more, I guess, extraordinary efforts that have been going on in the county. Most cities have done some of the basic measures that you would expect, such as resolutions opposing racism and clarifying public information around their operations. So there's that. There's also, just as a footnote through all this, the RIPA implementation. We are part of the Sonoma County Public Safety Consortium, and when this conversation started last year, the consortium decided as a group to work on implementing this jointly. And so that means that all of the cities in Sonoma County that are part of that consortium are implementing RIPA 6 months early, so effective July 1 of this year. The only non-consortium cities that are in Sonoma County, as listed in the staff report, are Sebastopol, Healdsburg, and Cloverdale. So the staff report says that their implementation status for RIPA is unknown. I'm sure it's known by somebody, it's just not known by me. But I know that the consortium members are all moving forward with the July 1 implementation date, and that includes us. So first, I'll start with some of the other cities and what they've been working on. Petaluma, I think, is safe to say, has had the most activity around this, and perhaps maybe Santa Rosa secondarily. So Petaluma, they had a town hall last year, and then that was just a mayor, city manager, police chief sort of listening town hall. And then in July of last year, they had a council meeting, a listening session, essentially. And at the July 2020 meeting, there was various members of the community, I think largely advocacy groups, that wanted to do a community-led listening session in advance of the city-sponsored effort. So in mid-July, the group and all the different groups that were involved are listed in the staff report, but basically they had a listening session, and they ultimately produced a report titled Community Forum on Racism and Interactions with Police in Petaluma. And I guess there were some issues reportedly prior to the release of this report, where some of the groups didn't want to participate in some of the findings of that report. But anyway, the report was released, and And so that's that. I don't know what's happened to that report other than it was released by the groups. Around the same time, Petaluma also hired a facilitator to guide a city-led discussion. And that facilitator begun by conducting interviews with community members. I think many that led the previously mentioned community-led listening sessions. And the facilitator also developed a community survey seeking input, so that was done. And that survey went through January of this year. And then in November of last year, also the police department conducted a review of its diversity, equality, and inclusivity efforts, termed as DEI efforts. The police department also, with the facilitator, participated in uncomfortable conversations with a black man, which some of you, or maybe all of you, have seen. It's on YouTube, and the link was provided in the staff report. And then most recently, in January of 2021, the City Council conducted the third public meeting in a workshop format to review the efforts to date. In March then of this year, the Petaluma City Council formed what they called an ad hoc community advisory committee, and their stated purpose was to study and discuss issues contributing to community members not feeling safe or welcome in Petaluma, and to develop recommendations to improve diversity, equity, and inclusivity in Petaluma. And this is led by the facilitator that Petaluma hired. It's a 28-member group, 22 named seats for community groups, and 6 at-large seats that are appointed by the council. They intend to meet 6 times over the course of 2021, and I understand that they've met 3 of the 6 times. And just a minor correction in the staff report. The intent isn't for the facilitator to provide recommendations to the council at the end of the process. Obviously, the facilitator is facilitating the process, but the group is supposed to provide some recommendations. And then, as we all know, Petaluma has contracted with Petaluma People Services to run a Kahoot-style program, 12 hours a day initially, starting in July of this year. And they do intend to move to a full-time service by the end of 2021. And they're currently in the process of purchasing and upfitting vans to provide around-the-clock service. So that's, and many of the links to these things I talked about are directly linked in the staff report. So you can find those documents or web pages that have the details. But that's, in a nutshell, that's Petaluma. Runner Park conducted 3 facilitated listening sessions in 2020. These were facilitated by Coro of Northern California, so a facilitator. They weren't, City Council wasn't directly involved, although I'm sure that they were participating and listening to the conversation. Currently, there's no ad hoc or standing committee of the council or any other body on this topic. We are working with Runner Park, as you know, and with SSU on a Cahoots type model. So that's in process right now. And Runner Park also has a facilitated chat with the chief. It's Facebook Live Zoom about every 2 weeks. It's facilitated. So they are doing that. And one thing I overlooked in the staff report, but I'll just tell you narratively now. In May, the council did have a conversation, a further conversation about this stuff. And the direction from that meeting was quarterly reports on activities that the staff will give to council. Runner Park is moving forward on some type of auditing process of their policies and training, including officer resiliency training, but I think also like inclusivity, diversity training as well. So that's that was some direction from the May meeting. There was some conversation about coming up with a community engagement plan, but there's, to my knowledge, there's nothing solid on what that engagement looks like, whether it's more workshops or what their intent is there. I think they were planning to come back at a future meeting to have that conversation. All right, so Santa Rosa, they have a community engagement division, and they developed a community empowerment plan, and they did a series of 15 listening sessions in 2020. Each of those, generally each of those listening sessions targeted different demographics. So youth, seniors, BIPOC, different, just basically different demographics. They weren't city council meetings. They were facilitated kind of listening sessions, kind of, I think like Warner Park did in a sense. And then they did produce, at the end of that listening session, they consolidated the comments received and put it into a report, although it's unclear what recommendations may be implemented from those listening sessions. The city council, though, they did establish a 3-member public safety subcommittee in 2020, and to date they've met 3 times. It was all in 2020, and the purview of the subcommittee is reviewing public safety issues, annual reports, and after-action reports for police, fire, and emergency services. Santa Rosa has also historically had an independent police auditor to review police department practices and incidents, but since 2018, that position has been vacant. As recently as February of this year, Santa Rosa, their public safety subcommittee, and I think their council has indicated desire to refill that. So I do know that they had reposted that RFP to try to get a new auditor in there, but to my knowledge, they haven't hired one this time. So moving forward, the Community Empowerment Plan identified annual reports to City Council on community engagement activities and progress towards each goal. I presume this is coordinated by their Community Engagement Division in Santa Rosa. And lastly, they are implementing a CAHOOTS type model, as I think everyone knows here. Their model is a little different than what Petaluma is doing, and it's a little different than what we are exploring. Santa Rosa is looking at a slightly different model that would integrate the MST team and their Santa Rosa Fire staff and Buckaloo staff, so the nonprofit mental health group, into essentially, rather than a 2-person team, a 3-person team. All right, so lastly, County of Sonoma. In the summer of 2020, the County Board of Supervisors created the Office of Equity. And originally they were tasked with improving vaccination rates for the Latinx populations. And as I understand it now, they're generally tasked with working with county departments to improve equity in county government. As we all saw at the council meeting, they did also approve their strategic plan in January of 2021, and that included, this is a 5-year strategic plan that included a racial equity and social justice pillar. So I imagine that the Office of Equity is going to be in part tasked with implementing some of that in county government. And then finally, the voters approved Measure P, providing broader oversight and increased budget to the Independent Office of Law Enforcement Review and Outreach. So it's IOLERA, as we all know it, to oversee the county sheriff. The County Board of Supervisors does not have an ad hoc or advisory committee. They do have appointed committees, though, including IOLERA and the Commission on Human Rights. And there's other health and human service commissions that have some sort of tie into social equity, such as the Health Action Council and that sort of thing. So those, at least within Sonoma County, those are the cities that have worked on other things beyond just some of the basic measures that I mentioned. And I will just recap what we're doing. I think we all know, so I'll be quick about it. But what might be of interest is sort of an update on where we stand with some of these measures. So obviously, I mean, we had a couple town halls last year, which you know. RIPA, so RIPA is, implementation is complete, and we will be fully operational July 1, which is the date that California DOJ agreed to. So we'll be starting to submit data there on stops. And then the annual report to the community. So we created the first annual report, as you know, and this is on the website. And this is just one of many annual reports that we'll continue to do. Review the annual RIPA board report. So this is the state RIPA board I'm talking about, which is one of the measures that we agreed to follow up on. So each year they publish a new report, and the RIPA report for 2021 is out now. It covers 2019 data, but it's under review, so in the not too distant future, we'll be coming back to council to have a conversation about that. And then training, continuing to train officers of bunk post standards, including implicit bias training and de-escalation training. This is obviously an ongoing thing. Currently, police staff are taking an 8-hour course that's being held at Sonoma State University, and it's on procedural justice and implicit bias. So procedural justice basically means policing approaches that emphasize respect, listening, neutrality, and trust, and then also studying implicit biases that can be barriers to these approaches. And I will say in this, we are unique in the county in that the city is also sending all of our dispatchers. Basically, we're sending our entire police department staff. I think it's a good move, even though other agencies aren't sending their dispatchers, because the dispatchers oftentimes are the first point of contact with the public. The one example in there that was given, but there's others, is like a suspicious persons call. It's good to have people that are thinking about this, thinking in this way when they receive these calls from the community, so that it could potentially be a non-response or an alternative response, particularly when if the council moves forward with the CAHOOTS model, there could be another sort of leg of the EMS response system besides just either no response or officers. Updating citizen complaint form and making it available. So we did look at other cities' complaint forms. We reviewed the RIPA board, state RIPA boards, recommended best practices for complaint forms, and we updated our complaint form. It is on our website. It's live, so that's done. At least it's done based on the latest recommendations for now. Community survey on racism, that is complete, but that was proposed to be a biannual process, or every 2 years. We have a baseline complete, so we come back every 2 years. We are currently working with that third party to conduct a policy compliance review or audit, per se, of our policies, trainings, and practices to make sure they're all aligned. I do expect to report this summer that we'll bring to later this summer that we'll bring forward to council. So those are the measures that were the staff was originally directed to do last fall. A couple things that have come up since then that we're also working on is CAHOOTS. In terms of our status there is that we're currently in the data validation stage. So the consultant there has all of our data, combined data from Runner Park, Cotati, and SSU, and they're validating the data and putting that together. It's the schedule we've been provided is that they will finish that data validation work by the end of June. So I would expect a conversation again in July about where we are with this. So simultaneous to the data efforts, we're also looking at the cost pieces, what it would cost to purchase the vehicles and hire the staff and so forth. So that's the other half of that question that hopefully we'll all be together and we'll able to have a fully informed discussion in July about what that would look like and what that would mean from a cost perspective. So that's, and then the last thing is the use of force module. So the system is very robust that collects data, but there's a couple things that have been in play. One is the sort of evolving standard of what is defined as a use of force. So, last year, what was defined as use of force got significantly more granular, such as display of a firearm and other things like that, then became categorized as use of force. So there's that element, but then there's also that when these systems were originally installed, they were installed to crank out the data that's required by like DOJ or state DOJ, the kind of normal statutory reporting. Obviously, we're in a different world now, and we want the system to be able to basically capture all of the use of force elements with the new broader definitions that we're using today, and then be able to export it all easily so that we can report it easily, because that's what I think the council and that's what the community expects. So we did work with SSU and SRJC to design that template and turn it on, and it's currently done, but people are being trained on the use of it right now. So there's that's within the system. but as I state in the staff report, before the end of last year, we designed our own internal process to track it in the interim until this use of force module got turned on. So the next annual report should have, I think, all the data at our fingertips rather than it just being embedded in the narrative of reports and very hard to extract. So that is a quick summary of the background on kind of where everyone else is. If I didn't mention a community, it's because there's nothing specific going on in these respects. All right, so for the options, I won't rehash it in a lot of detail, but what's presented in the staff report are two potential options that I usually think would be, constructive and scale to address a specific set of facts and issues in Cotati. And one is continuing the efforts that we have ongoing right now and just see where the data takes us, and then decide later if we need to do something else. That's, and I will say too, sort of underlying all these conversations is there's a lot of new state law that's either been recently passed, or is pending. So this is a continually shifting landscape as well in terms of the legal landscape. So this approach, of course, would continue to include the annual review of RIPA recommendations and the annual reports, and adjusting things based on best practices or specific issues, and the biannual community surveys. So that's one potential option. Another option is that's discussed in the staff report is forming a 2-person ad hoc of the city council, which of course would be supported by city staff. Because it's an ad hoc, it would have a 12-month maximum term. The ad hoc could review city policies, training, provide recommendations to the full city council. A body such as this would be available to meet with any community stakeholders to get feedback in the process of developing recommendations. And I think ideally would include just monthly sort of report backs to the full council. So the status updates are there. The other thing that's, it's not presented as a recommendation, but it's obviously described in the background is like Petaluma, for example, formed a community-only ad hoc to work, in that case, with a facilitator, and then work through the issues and then present potential recommendations to the council. That's a whole nother level of, that becomes a Brown Act body, and there's much more sort of staff commitment to something like that. There's a lot of sort of administrative maintenance, plus a lot of, it just creates a much deeper level of research required, typically, because you do have a citizens group, and they often don't know some of the basics. So there's a lot of research and bringing up to speed on the Brown Act, and a lot of research on legal questions or whatever might come from that. So at least at first blush, it didn't seem like the most bang for the buck, but obviously that's another option that's out there, that's used in some other communities. And then regardless of which way the council wants to go tonight, another option, another sort of add-on to any option is the ability to have additional facilitated public workshops to get input community, and potentially just continue to raise awareness about, as it says in the staff report, implicit or unconscious bias, micro and macro aggressions, privilege, inclusivity, those kind of issues. Talking with people that do this work full time and looking at our community, the recommendation was if we did something like that, we would do one and just sort of see how it went and decide if we need to do more based on the outcome of that community workshop, if we were to add on that as an option. Obviously, if we do facilitated work, that will cost some level of money, and that would just be something we'd have to consider from, it's not currently budgeted, so we'd have to add that in. And I think that is sort of a summary. I don't want to keep on talking because I'm sure the council and the public have many thoughts on this, so I'll just end it at that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Obid. That's quite a lot of work put into this and a lot of research put into this. So at this point, I'll bring it back to the council and see if they have any questions for Mr. Obid. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I just have some quick comments on your on the presentation, and I'll save my other comments for later. I just wanted to say a big thank you to Mr. Obid for putting together all this extensive research. It was really helpful, and there were several things I wasn't aware of, which I really want to give a kudos to Councilmember, or almost promoted Councilmember Obid, to Mr. Obid and Chief Parrish, which is, I'm really happy to hear about the procedural justice training. Looking forward to seeing that policy compliance review, and I'm so glad to hear we're working together with our university and junior college to make that use of force module. So I just appreciated hearing about all that, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the council at this point? Okay. I will open this up for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. For our attendees tonight, please use your raise hand icon. Adrian Lobby, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks for bringing up this issue again. It's a very serious issue, as we know. And I've been thinking about our town and how much we treasure the way that we are here. And, you know, we call it charming or we call it small. There's ways we talk about it. But to me, basically, it says we all get along here. And we have some sense of harmony. But, of course, the survey that came out around racism showed that there's some cracks in all of that. And I think as we look to the future, we're going to see more and more people of color and also, frankly, more poor people coming into Cotati. And I really hope that we can get ahead of that curve and continue the kind of harmony that, whatever amount of harmony we already have, and build on it so that we don't end up having a lot of racial tensions as we become a less white town. I also want to say how amazing the work has been done. I think that the council and the staff have taken this really seriously. There's a lot of good stuff in this report that is impressive work that's been done, and data that we will be able to use to go forward, and that's also really excellent. The things I'm concerned about and most want to see is citizen involvement and education. I think that all of us, because of George Floyd and all of the surrounding understanding of how deep and wide racism is in our culture, we realize that we really need to educate each other, and we need to get down in the weeds about what's really going on, what needs to change, whether it's police policy or more cultural kinds of things. I have to say I was very disappointed in the options that you were given by the staff to either do nothing about an ad hoc committee or to do an ad hoc committee with only 2 council members. I understand the Brown Act is a big issue here, but I see in San Anselmo and at the SRJC, they have very robust committees that include citizen involvement, include powerful people involvement. And I'd like to see that here. And I'm not sure if we can get there with the options that we're given. And in talking to some of you ahead of time, I was amazed to find that people think that our main goal is to oversee the police. That is, of course, really important because they're guys with guns, but our goal is to improve racial harmony in the city. And please don't misunderstand where we're coming from. We want to work collaboratively. We want to help you with your efforts, not hinder them, and that includes working with the police as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniela Delario, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Daniela Delario, or Danielle. I live in downtown Cotati. I actually live at Frog Song. And I just, first and foremost, I'm also a member of CORE. But I first and foremost just wanted to thank all of you for all of the hard work that you've done around these issues. I'm really excited about so many things that are happening in Cotati, especially the Cahoots program. That's been kind of my, biggest, I don't know, I just think if there's only one thing that we could do, it would just be great if we could, get the Cahoots model going. And I really appreciate all of the hard work that's gone into that, and then all these other things that Mr. Obid just, laid out for us. So thank you so much. I do feel like an ad hoc committee would provide the space for brainstorming and discussion on how we can make Cotati a more diverse, more inclusive, more welcoming place for people of different backgrounds, and overall more equitable for everyone. And just thinking of some things that, maybe would come up in an ad hoc committee, or some things that would be brainstormed, things we could talk about, some inclusive public art, changing the Cotati logo, which I know has been brought up at city council meetings before, creating some events, maybe international festivals, but also engaging in an ongoing dialogue that includes diverse viewpoints. And I know city council has done so much already. Petaluma has this ad hoc committee that we heard about, and I'm just really wondering if Cotati could have one as well. I do think it would be beneficial for, to give members of the public a seat at the table and to hear from more diverse voices, people of color, Black people, brown people, and other people of color in the community. And people of color have been, my understanding is they have been leaving Sonoma County because of the high cost of living. And also the police response last year at the Black Lives Matter protests, that felt really scary for people who went out and were protesting and were peacefully protesting. There was a very strong police response. And I know, personally, I know people who don't feel safe in Sonoma County anymore because of that police response. So I'm hoping that we can create an ad hoc committee. I also love the idea of additional facilitated workshops so that you can hear from the community more. But so overall, thank you so much, and I'm hoping that we can make this happen here.
Thank you very much.
Marjorie Crump-Shears, go ahead.
Good evening. Well, my first word is bravo. The report that was just presented is inclusive and complete, and I share in the congratulations that the last two speakers have given for that work. I have a couple of questions. In the report, and I don't know how to handle this, I made a note on number 7, third party. And I've not been able to go back to that report to look that up so that I can be clearer about my question. My apologies for that. But if somebody knows what that is about and can let me know, that would be wonderful. Does our police force look like our community? How many women are on it? How many, I mean officers, I don't mean in the office. How diverse is it? How does one get input from smaller groups of people who historically do not complain, and especially from groups of people who are immigrant who don't want to make waves? The first model that was presented that Damien presented comes closest to being able to access what's going on with those folks in our community, because there are many people here who don't want to make waves. And we need those waves. We need to know where we are doing well and where we are not doing well. The work that all of you on the City Council and on the staff have to do is tremendously busy and amazing that you get it done. And that's why there are those of us who feel that some things could be expanded to the community, trained community members. And I'm going to stop there because my time is over. Thank you.
Ms. Corp shares, if you needed any additional, just a few more seconds for additional comment, I would allow that. Okay.
Mayor Moore, that will end public. Oh, 1 minute. We've got a hand up. Carol, go ahead.
I'm Carol Williams, and I live in Cotati, and I'm a member of CORE. And I would like to pretty much agree with what the three previous speakers have said. I think that the city has done an excellent job of bringing together all the work that's being done throughout the county to deal with inclusion and racial issues. And the recommendation of a two-person city council committee is, if it ends up being that, and the city council does not choose to form an ad hoc committee or call that into being, which I can understand because it would involve the Brown Act and a lot of work and issues to set it up. But if you do have the two-person city council committee, I think it would be important to make people aware of it, and for the members who end up on that committee to be reaching out to get people to come and if they set up meetings to be willing to speak and to bring their issues forward. And that may be harder to do if it's just two council members than it would be if there was a full ad hoc committee. But if that's what it ends up being, then I think it's important to choose those council members wisely and be sure that they're committed to pursuing the issues that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you. With that, I will bring this back to the council for further discussion. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. I've been wrestling with this a little since the packet came out. My first response to the options presented in the packet first of all, the two options presented are not mutually exclusive, right? I hope we agree that number one in the packet is a given, that we continue with the efforts currently underway. So I hope that that's not controversial, and the issue is really, do we try to set up any structure to explore issues of racism in Cotati anymore? I at first was disappointed that there was not a third option of a bigger, more representative group. But I do understand the constraints that the Brown Act places on what bodies can do, and I've paid attention to what Petaluma's Brown Act Committee has been going through, and am not real excited about the potential for that committee to make a big difference in that community. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm a little worried about that direction. So the two-person council committee, to me, given that we just instituted a new top-level city council goal for the year related to diversity and inclusion, and given that we're a year out from George Floyd's murder, and that brought to the fore a lot of issues that run very deep in our society, I think that two-person council committee is a reasonable first step for those people to, and we could even frame it as a committee whose charge has to do with that new council goal, right? We could think about, okay, this is a new council goal. Let's assign a couple of us to really look at that for a year, including, I would hope, getting out into the community in ways that a Brown Act committee can't. So if a couple of us were this group, we could go meet with homeowners associations, just like Damien and Chief Parrish have been doing, or in conjunction with them, or something like that. And so I'm coming around to seeing that what I would have hoped would be a middle option in the report, option number 2, as being a viable path here. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I have some comments, but before I get to them, could I please ask for a little clarification on the question that Marjorie Crumpshears raised about the third-party compliance review, just to clarify that for our listeners a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, third party just generically means it's not anyone related to or connected with the city. It's an outside auditor, essentially, that's brought in with, obviously with no vested stakes in the conversation. They're just looking at the policy compliance. That's basically what it means.
Thank you, Mr. Robin. So I was also disappointed at first not to see an option that included community members. I know that involving the community in really truly engaging them, it can be messy, and it's always a trade-off between engagement and efficiency. That said, I originally thought that it was very important to make that trade-off and to involve community members with a real seat at the table, primarily because our council is white, and that precludes the opportunity for any people of color to participate in a formal way on a committee if it's only composed of city council members. That said, I've been doing a lot of thinking about this over the weekend, and I am starting to come around also onto the idea of a two-person committee, because I do see that gives a lot of possibilities that would be a lot more difficult to work through on a larger committee. So I am open to option 2. I would be very disappointed if we went with option 1, which to me is an option to not investigate this further. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. A couple things. I've spoken to some members of the public on this subject. I agree with Councilmember Ford. I think that the items really need to be mutually exclusive. I think it's important. We've come so far from a year ago. Look at all of the things as witnessed in the report that have happened. I want to see those continue. I want to see those things improved where they can improve it. As Damien pointed out, as this whole thing evolves from a state and national perspective, I think we can always make improvements. As far as a committee, so there's a lot of structure when you have a Brown Act committee. People have to do filings, and they have to take trainings, and they have to, the meetings have to be scheduled, and you have to be there at a certain time, and they have to, the public has to be let in. That structure, I think doesn't necessarily allow for a lot of brainstorming. So for instance, when we see brainstorming happen, even in our regular city things, we'll have a special study session, you know, typically on a night or a weekend, you know, not a regular meeting, and less formal, people are in the audience. So my hope is that we sounds like we have the police things going on a good trajectory, and hopefully they will stay that way. Hopefully we'll do more and get the Coots thing going. I am interested in pursuing possibilities that may be out there for our community to be inclusive. I think that those things that are listed that we've done don't necessarily address that. We haven't had any special sessions on that specifically. Most of the stuff that we've had special sessions on has been related to the police. I do hope that people would participate. I think that the option of having a council ad hoc committee releases us from that formality. We can meet whenever we want, wherever we want, how we want, and really spend, you know, if we want to spend, you know, an hour, we can. If we want to spend 4 hours, we can. You know, we're not committed to the public rigidness that comes with a Brown Act committee. And I think that that's more conducive, in my opinion, to coming up with these brainstorming kinds of things that may be beneficial to our community. So that's why I thought that has the most promise for us to ferret out some possible things to see where our weaknesses are. Where can we improve? We've improved thus far on the police stuff. Where can we improve on other things? So that's my 2 cents for right now.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lemon?
There we go. Yeah, no, again, another good discussion tonight. You know, when I read this and when I listened tonight, I have to admit, when I heard this described in communication we got, and again tonight as option one is do nothing, I was disappointed because in my personal perception, what I heard privately from my discussions with some of the citizens involved in this, and again tonight from everybody, was a message that what we've done was actually considerable, appreciated, and actually notable. So I have difficulty calling that nothing. Having said that, I agree. Yeah, no, it's obvious. Number one, it's an ongoing. No matter what we do tonight, I see this whole process as an ongoing thing that comes back, is checked in and reassessed, and it has to be. So that's a given. So one goes without saying. I was not as terribly interested in number two, at least at first. But after talking with members of the public and what I've heard tonight, the interest seems to be really for kind of a more narrow ad hoc that's focused. How does it put a discussion on continuing harmony? I like that. Essentially, Cotati is a welcoming, friendly place. How do we continue that? How do we improve it? I think I would have a hard time saying no to having something that helps have a discussion like that. Clearly, it would have to be focused on things, certainly, that the city can affect. I'm not sure what might be left, but I think we have to give it the try, and if nothing useful arises, or if we can't, despite everyone's best efforts, get as much public input as we'd like, at least we could say, all right, we've made the effort. People are busy with their lives. Perhaps there's some degree of satisfaction. Maybe that's a good thing. I like that this is focused. We have two separate tracks. I think we've got a good police track. I'm satisfied with that. If this ad hoc would be focused simply away from the police issue and focused on the issues identified by CORE, how to make Cotati welcome, how do we reduce racism as a society, and what part could the city, if any, play in that? Those sorts of things, I could certainly support that as well. As far as facilitated public workshops for 5K apiece, I don't know if we need that, but I will note that, as my colleagues have suggested, and as I suggested to some of our members of the public, an ad hoc can and should have in-depth discussions with members of the public, with people who are interested. Those members of the public can help those council members find people to participate. This is something that we'll all share. It won't be just the 2 people if we go that route assigned to this. I would expect those who are interested to try and find people who actually want to participate. And the benefit of this, one complaint I've heard, a frustration, if you will, with the structure of city council meetings, the limits on speaking, the rigidity of it. You lose that with an ad hoc. You can sit and have in-depth conversations and present things as you wish. So I do think, even though perhaps not everybody was initially warm to number 2, I wasn't either, honestly, it works. It'll work well enough. And if it can be focused just on the things we've talked about and leave the police to the track we've already set up and not duplicate that work, I could support that.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
I'm almost fully in agreement with Vice Mayor Landman. The one thing I'm not willing to do is tie the hands of a committee to say you can't talk about a particular thing that clearly impacts people's lives. I don't think Chief Parrish would want to be locked out of a discussion about how people experience life in Cotati. So I would like to frame the charge of such a committee to be, unfortunately I don't have it at my fingertips, but I would like to have our new council goal in front of me and frame this committee around that council goal, which may involve conversations with Chief Parrish and the police. I don't think that's an issue.
I hear what you're saying, Mr. Ford, but remember, we've had an ongoing process for about half a year, and it's now a permanent and continuing process to do just that. And as far as input, discussion, we have a process, a public process at council, as well as anytime somebody privately wants to talk in greater depth with the council member or with staff, they can certainly do that. I'm not locking out discussions of the police, but I would like to limit this particular ad hoc just to those issues that CORE identified. What I heard from the community in my discussions was that they were more interested in general issues of openness, welcomeness in Cotati, and not so much in wanting to make this at all part of policing, and that worked for me. So that's kind of something that I don't really want to move on, not because I don't think there's value in it, I agree with it, but because I feel, number one, we've done it well, and we're already committed to continuing to do it. So I don't want to have 2 separate tracks going, because I've seen that go in problematic ways in the past, in my experience.
Due respect, I believe what you're proposing is that we have 2 separate tracks going on rather than a subcommittee that can talk about all those issues with all the people involved.
Well, by its nature, then, we already have been working on this. As number 1 says, and plan to continue to do this. Supporting the ad hoc is already bifurcating that and making 2 separate things. I'm willing to go that far, but I don't want to, as they said in Ghostbusters, I don't want to mix the streams.
All right, we may have to see how people are feeling about limiting what the ad hoc can talk about. I'm not comfortable sending 2 people off to an ad hoc to say, you can't talk about this. And
well, I think you're right. What I would like to ask the mayor to do, this will make it clear. Do we feel that we need to include policing and police oversight in the ad hoc at this time?
I don't think that's the question. The question is, do we feel like we need to prohibit two of our colleagues from talking about policing?
No, I'm framing the question. If you'd like to frame a different one, if I could finish. Thank you.
I actually have the floor from the mayor, Vice Mayor.
I'd like to ask the mayor if we could have a straw poll if we wish to include policing and police oversight in the ad hoc at this time. Basically, a thumbs up would mean, no, we do not want to include this, or a thumbs down would be, yes, add policing to the discussion. And wherever the majority goes, then that settles it, and you're right. That way it will be easier for us to get to our motion, and we'll have better direction. So I would fully support asking the mayor if you could just lead us through this right now and see where the majority is at. And again, I want to underline, this is not supporting that discussion. We've been doing that since before you guys were on the council, actually. We've been doing this for a while. We're committed to continuing to do it. But I don't want to do, I'm willing to take a new ad hoc, and I think most of us are, even though I'm not sure what benefit it may or may not bring, but I don't want to duplicate this over there. I'm not supportive of that. So we'll leave it at that and see where we go.
We still got some questions on the floor, Vice Mayor Lemon, so let me come back to your request on that.
Certainly.
Were you done, Councilmember Ford?
For now, yes, thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Sparks?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also feel that it would be doing a disservice to what the potential of this process is to limit what they could talk about. I really do believe that the goal of CORE is to promote continued harmony, as Vice Mayor Lamlin was mentioning. And I think that we would miss an opportunity to build trust between the police and the community and to build on that harmony if we were to preclude the ad hoc from working with the police as part of this process. I would envision if we were to create this committee, this ad hoc, and just for argument's sake, if I were appointed to it, I would. What was that? Sorry, I thought I heard some speaking. I would envision specifically reaching out to the police and having some really heart-to-heart discussions, and I think it would be a real missed opportunity to preclude that from happening.
Thank you. Councilmember Harvey?
I guess what I'm struggling with is that this has seemed to move from focusing on more generalities in the community to what can we do to the police. And I struggle with this a little bit because we have a lot of things in the works and they're not complete yet. So we've only had one annual report. We have an audit that's ongoing. We have cahoots in progress. We have policies being looked at. There's a lot of stuff that's in flux that I feel like needs to play out, see where that's at. We as a council can review that. If there's something that comes up from any of that stuff that we get reported on, we may say, you know what, maybe we should have some folks look into that. But we don't have that data yet to be able to know whether or not there's anything there. I was hoping that what we could do is let that percolate a little bit. Let's get more information, let's get more data. In the meantime, what I was hearing were there were other things that we possibly, other than the police, could be looking at to help the community be more inclusive and have better harmony. And that's what, I kind of heard we were trying to do. And it sounds like that maybe not what people want to do. So that's my frustration at this point.
Councilmember Sparks?
Thank you. I feel like I just feel like we're talking past one another a little bit, because I agree with most of what Councilmember Harvey and Councilmember Landman said, and I just feel that including a discussion about the police as part of this overall look at the city's goals, it would just be one part of what we're trying to do. Also, the word oversight was brought up, and I think that the word oversight has become a bit of a third rail, and I just want to reframe that term a little bit, because I think a lot of times when people hear oversight, they think a group of citizens who may not be that familiar with police practices coming in, and this is what people think of perhaps when they hear oversight, coming in and second guessing decisions after the fact. And to me, that's not necessarily what oversight means. Oversight could be a front-end process, which is more about community engagement in looking at how the public interacts with the police and what policies we have in place, and just having some opportunity for input and feedback on what our policing policies look like. And I think it's a good practice to include people of color in that conversation. That's something that people have been longing for. And I don't think that we've provided an opportunity for people of color to engage in a meaningful way in a discussion on what our policies should be. We've done a number of other amazing things, but that's one place that I think this ad hoc committee could potentially, maybe not, but could potentially look at as just one of many things that they do.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
I'm trying to figure out a way to frame a charge for a subcommittee that I could live with that might meet some other council members' needs. My interest is not in a committee whose focus or charge is about policing. But if I'm talking with a group of community members and issues that involve the police come up, I'm not interested in being muzzled and saying I can't talk about those with fellow people in town. So I'm perfectly happy to, like I said, to frame the charge of a committee around the, for instance, and I'm open to other charges if people aren't comfortable with the council goal, but with the council goal about diversity and inclusion, which is about both city practices and city services. And so if I'm talking with community members and issues come up around, building permits, and I can talk about those issues and see if I can figure out what's going on, but I can't talk about them if issues that involve the police come up. That doesn't make any sense to me, and I'm not interested in forming a committee like that that's muzzled in what they can talk about.
I wonder if I could suggest, I hear what you're saying, Mr. Ford, and I don't think, draconian as I might have sounded to you, I don't think my suggestion or my vision of this was, if you're having a community discussion and somebody asks about something to do with the police or wants to make a suggestion, that number one, you could answer the question or discuss it with them, or even to listen to what they had to say. I think that's part and practice of what we do, whether we're staff or electeds when we meet with the public. So that I wouldn't have a problem with. But bringing back recommendations, re-oversight, or outside council review and recommendation on policies, that's the third rail that I wouldn't want to go to, and already one of our colleagues tonight kind of brought it up. Yeah, let's consider oversight, a different definition, a kinder definition of it, and open the door to review of policies outside of this body. When we've already set up a process to review policy in response to this understandable concern from the community. So I think we're getting at something here. If we can stay away from that, I'm not suggesting if somebody wants to ask a question or have a discussion, we can't do that. But I'm not looking for a group coming back doing a second track work on oversight and policies that's separate from what we've already been doing and are continuing to do. Does that sound like we're getting a little closer at all?
Certainly closer.
Well, that's better than farther. So, at any rate, I think we know where we're at. We've had some good discussion. I would like to see where the council as a whole at. Do we really want to kind of limit this? And I don't mean restrict, as I was just discussing with Ben. I'm not talking about restricting that you have to leave the room, cover your eyes and ears and mouth if somebody mentions police. But I am saying this is not, I don't want to see this be a separate committee that's working on bringing back recommendations and oversight and policies and generally a second track to our current police work we've been doing. If we could see where the majority of us are at on that, and I think I can tell from the comments, but then I think we're in a good place to know how to craft what Ben and I and the rest of us are trying to do here.
Councilmember Harvey?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So all of us as council members have the ability to talk to whoever we want to talk with about whatever subject. I get people that randomly call me on all kinds of things. So nothing in what this subcommittee would be doing would be saying, oh, I can't talk about that. You can talk to people about it, but if you get information that is useful to any of the other 10 things we're working on, it would make more sense to say, you know what, this is appropriately to be placed in one of these 1 to 10 things. Let me take that information and incorporate it. Likewise, when we get these reports, we're going to have a public review of them. So it's not like we're going to get the report and we're not going to go over it. Likewise with the annual reports, likewise with the RIPA statistics, and so on and so forth. And as far as policies are concerned, we have, in some of our meetings last year, we had members of the public pull out sections of the policy manual and ask questions about them and ask for changes on them. One of the discussions around that had to do with the legality of things. So you also don't want to have someone wordsmithing things that is going to put us in a legal situation, and you don't want to also give them a false expectation that they can do that when the reality is any policies we have to be policies that are defensible. So it gets to be a little sticky wicket there with that. Asking about them, going over them, you know, saying why they're the way they are or explaining what they mean, like we did on a few of them last year, I think that is a great idea. But telling people that they can, you know, redo them all, I think that gives people a setup for failure expectation. So that's what I have to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's comments. I want to say that I do not have any interest in giving people the impression that they're going to be able to rewrite the policy manual. And I was more just saying that people could have some opportunity to give input in a more, as several people pointed out, and I appreciate the comments that people were able to come and give feedback on policy during city council meetings. The format of the city council meeting is very formal. People are limited to 3 minutes. And I know there was a desire for people within the community to be able to give feedback and comments in a more open, conversational way, and really have their ideas considered and be able to express them fully. So I do think that that would be helpful to be able to give people the opportunity to speak on the issues that really matter to them in this ad hoc format. And I suppose I will leave it at that.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
So do you feel qualified to be able to legally assess and give a person input on what it is that they're telling you that they want to change?
No, and that is why I would want to include people from the police department in that conversation. Absolutely.
But it's broader than that. It's not even the police department. You're talking that things have to get approved by legal to be able to be changed. So that's kind of...
Sure, I get what you're saying. I mean, I want to, we all know this, but the ad hoc committee would make recommendations, and I wouldn't envision recommendations to be wordsmithed policies, but rather principles and values and broader ideas that we could provide to staff and to legal to try to work out the details on. I hope that makes sense.
So you're not suggesting reviewing the existing policies and have people discuss them, because there are certain policies that are worded a certain way because they have a legal definition, and they're worded that way because they have to be worded that way. And it would be hard to, you know, without having a bunch of attorneys there with you to be able to explain why things are worded the way they are. And that's all I'm concerned about.
Yeah, I think what I was envisioning more was let's say people wanted to discuss the use of force policy, which I think we primarily get from Lexipol. And so even though there's a little bit of room to tweak it and modify it in order to stay in compliance with the law, as I know is very important, we're getting updates pushed out from Lexipol. And I think there's been a hunger in the community to be able to have a conversation about just what sorts of, I know that Lexipol also in some cases provides alternate wording that you can use if you want to go a different route with particular policies. And there are other groups that are nonprofit organizations and institutes that provide legal templates for wording for policies as well. So I would envision that people who were conversing with the ad hoc committee could say, hey, you know what? Let's think about, instead of going with the wording exactly that Lexipol uses, maybe we could think about trying to go more towards a particular goal. But not wordsmithing, because I agree with you that that's not a productive, any meeting I've had that has more than 3 people in it where we're doing wordsmithing has been pretty much a disaster. So I wouldn't want to go in that direction either.
Well, and I would think that if there were, I'll just throw a number out there. There were 5 policies out there that people had, you know, kind of heartburn with or whatever. It would seem to make more sense to have those agendized and have the proper people available to be able to make those explanations as to why it is the way it is. And in some cases, it's an education to the public to understand what those words mean. I can't remember the one off the top of my head, but I know that last year, Chief Parrish explained a couple of them and what those words meant, because they weren't what people thought they were. And maybe that's just an educational process.
Through the mayor, if I might.
Yes,
One last time.
Yeah.
I think we're getting to the point where everything's been said, but not all of us have said it 2 or 3 times. So I'll get my 2nd or 3rd time, and perhaps we can get closer to something. But you know, I'm confused. One minute I hear talking about oversight and policies, then I hear we're not saying we want to talk about oversight and policies, but then immediately we're talking about tweaking Lexipol policies and outside a council meeting just with the general public. That is a separate track. There's no question in my mind, and I'm not sure if anything, not only sure nothing helpful can come from it, because it will have false expectations, create issues, but we've already been through this and already decided how we're doing this with our regular review of RIPA and what upgrades we may need to make. I hear the call for opportunities for people to participate, but the opportunities do exist. We've made them in as great abundance as we possibly can. We've covered that. And these sort of discussions, as we're talking about, tweaking Lexipol, that's something you need to do in full public, with council present, with staff present, ideally with the chief president, and certainly with council present, as we've done in the past. And that's That goes back to why I'm supportive of all of this, save this one area, because I do agree with my colleague. It is kind of the live wire, and there's a reason for it. So I'd like to see us, the charge I would say simply would be something, I believe, like Adrian might have said, Ms. Lobby might have said it, correct me if I'm wrong, I think she said welcoming, inclusive, to investigate how Cotati can continue to be an inclusive and welcoming place and to further improve that. That's a general thing that can do all aspects of where the city can touch, but it does not charge them with looking into police oversight, policies, or the expectation of that. It does allow people, of course, to discuss it if somebody has questions, I would think. So that's my comment. I'd love to see where we go when we vote, hopefully soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
I'm basically fine with what Vice Mayor Landman just said. I did find in last meeting's packet the strategic objectives that we approved, and it makes more sense to me to use our newly adopted strategic objective as the charge to the council, which is, so I would propose as an alternative to what Vice Mayor Landman proposed, that the charge be to investigate how the city of Cotati can promote an equitable, compassionate, and healthy community that honors diversity as a source of strength. That's the name of our strategic objective.
I think I could support that, and I think that it makes sense because it matches our strategic objective and it accomplishes what we've all talked about, and if we're agreeing to that, I think it solves, and hopefully whoever's serving this will remember the guidelines that the council did give, even if they're not ones that are completely comfortable for all of us. But yeah, I can definitely go for that.
So I haven't offered any input on this yet. We are doing number 1 already, so we know that, that's a given. Now the question is, do we want to add number 2 to that? I do not personally have a problem with a 2-person ad hoc. My vision of something like that would be with the staff, whether it be city manager or whether it be a designated staff, and Chief Parrish, if he so desires to be on there, or even a lieutenant or something along those lines. And I would look at it as more of a ad hoc on community relations, and discussing community relations and engagement and education, so that we can teach anti-racism, not just be non-racist, but teach anti-racism and educate the community. My concern is volunteerism. I mean, Councilmember Sparks talks about getting somebody of color on volunteering to be on an ad hoc or something like that. The concern being that the council is white. My concern is getting volunteers at all. I mean, I don't care what philosophy they come from or what gender or whatever they may have. A volunteer is coveted. Now, getting those people and members of the community involved can be difficult, as we know. So my concern is if you have an ad hoc and you have it for 12 months, and then they come back and say, hey, we've looked at this outreach and maybe we can do better here, or there was an incident that came up from the police, is that something that we can talk about? I certainly don't want to say that body, that ad hoc, has any oversight, legal oversight. I think that's where the council comes in. And if there are issues that do come up, and maybe they come to this Community Relations Commission, then those members in that ad hoc can bring that information back to City Council, and it can be discussed further. So those are kind of my concerns and what I would think would occur with something along these lines. So, any further comment on that? I was going to say, it's pretty rare to have a muted council.
I think you solved it, Mr. Mayor.
Is that something that you guys could look to address or support, something along those lines? Because we already encompassed number 1. we do number 2, and you know, Ben, you had a inclusive and diversity type title that you were considering.
Well, it's our city, our city council strategic objective for the year, right?
Yeah. Does the term community relations work for you guys?
Well,
Because we don't want to exclude anybody, you know, we want to be inclusive. And the ad hoc could be on anything, you know.
What does that mean? I guess community engagement does not get to me. It certainly doesn't imply anything about anti-racism, and nor does it even address reaching out necessarily to people who feel underrepresented in the city. So it's just not a term that, to me, calls up what I hope this ad hoc will be about. Whereas, you know, equitable, compassionate, and healthy community sort of, to me, calls up more of those ideas. But I think we're fairly clear on what this group will be thinking about and trying to engage with people around. So I'd be okay with a term more like that, but I don't see a reason not to use what we just adopted as our strategic objective.
No, and I don't have an issue using that. I just want to try to make sure that we're more inclusive.
I see. Thanks.
Yeah, and the pragmatic side of me, how long do you really think this will go on? A couple of years until people lose interest?
This is term limited at 1 year. This is an ad hoc that would just be 1 year.
Yeah. And then so a year from now, we might say, okay, this looks like something that's working, and then we may look at it as forming a commission on there, or a committee, permanent committee, and fall under the Brown Act. I mean,
yeah, I think if we wanted to institutionalize something, it would be like a standing committee and would be Brown Act, yeah.
Okay.
But that's not proposed now.
Right. No, I'm just trying to look down the road and what this is going to look like and what it might evolve into. Vice Mayor Lemon?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had my hand still up, but you know, since you called on me.
No, sorry.
That's okay. I think I'm hearing consensus, so I'd like to suggest that we move this, and I'd like to nominate, due to their participation, their interest in this, Council members Ford and Harvey to participate if they're willing. Don't you love it when other people volunteer you to do work? But if you're willing to serve as our representatives, if the council votes to do an ad hoc, that would be my motion.
Councilmember Harvey, did you have another question prior to any seconds on that motion? And I know you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I am okay with the wording based upon our goal that we have. I'm okay with wording the ad hoc committee in that fashion, and it does tie it to one of our goals. And I think it doesn't preclude us from engaging the community in all those aspects. And I accept your nomination, Vice Mayor, and am willing to participate.
Councilmember Sparks?
Well, you all haven't had a chance to get know me that well yet, but I am a very good rule keeper and I'm very good at doing what I'm told. So I would like to be considered for this committee as well, and I would keep in mind the charge that has been given to the committee.
Do we have a second on Councilmember Lehman's motion?
I would second that motion.
So right now, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, hold on, I'm still thinking. This is a tough year for me coming up. I'm gonna move an amendment to that motion to replace Councilmember Ford with Councilmember Sparks.
Well, I don't know if I need an amendment. If you're not willing to serve, then I'm not going to nominate you, but I think if we talk about all the work that needs to be done in the community, if we have a passion for reaching out to get people, this is why it's difficult. So with that, I'll withdraw that and nominate Councilmembers Sparks and Harvey.
I will second that motion.
So the first motion is withdrawn. We have a second motion on the floor. Ms. Burgess?
Mr. Mayor, the motion that I heard was only to appoint the committee if the council created the committee. I think it's important, because you're creating an ad hoc committee, to be very clear about what the charge of that committee is. And I think everyone agreed with Councilmember Ford's suggestion. So maybe Councilmember or Vice Mayor Lemon, if you could incorporate Councilmember Ford's suggestion into your motion.
Let me restate that. I would move that we create an ad hoc, as described in the council packet, with the charge of, as described in our strategic objective, as Councilmember Ford put down, and I don't have it all written down because I couldn't write that fast. But at any rate, I do support that. And to serve on that ad hoc, we are nominating Councilmembers Hardy and Sparks.
And I would re-second that motion.
Mr. Rocker, does that suffice for the legalese on there?
It does, and I think my understanding was the role of the committee would be to return to the council within 12 months with recommendations to further that objective.
And with regular, and as I understood from the staff report, and I would imagine I will include that with regular report outs at council meetings as to progress, discussions, etc.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Can we have a roll call, Ms. Burgess?
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you all for your participation in that. That's not always easy to try to come to a consensus on that.
Mayor, actually, real quick before we move on from this item, just the...
I'm done with this item.
The facilitated workshop, is that something that's of any interest or something we should table for the moment and just let the ad hoc get going?
Only if the ad hoc comes back and recommends it, then we can decide to do it.
Right.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
And I think the ad hoc should meet at 7 a.m. in the morning, like the Continuum of Care ad hoc, just to make it equitable.
Not going to be happening.
And inclusive. Okay. Now we'll move on to regular agenda item 11B, Cotati Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. This would be you, Mr. Rubin.
It is, yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So while Lauren loads up the 50-slide deck, I'm just joking, sorry, this will be a very quick one. So the original schedule that we had, the last time we had all met was on May 11th, and we had that very long presentation, as you recall. The schedule at the time was that the public review draft would be out on June 15th. That has not happened. It's been postponed by the county to allow for more city or jurisdictional reviews of administrative drafts before they go out for public review. And in the staff report, there is a schedule. That's the new schedule for the local hazard mitigation plan public. It's really the full schedule, but it includes the public component of it. So the public comment period is now set for July 12th. So what you have in the packet is an administrative draft. It's essentially a final draft that will go out to the public. And this is, just to be clear, this is the Cotati Annex within Volume 2. So the full report is Volume 1 and Volume 2. Volume 1 is largely just the county stuff, county-wide stuff, which will come out in July with the full public review drafts. But most of, I think, what's of direct interest to us and to the community is what's in our annex specifically. And I will point out that so most of the annex, as you guys saw, is background information and stuff that's probably not that particularly interesting, but a couple things I will call your attention to is the list of actions, proposed actions on packet page 241. That's within the annex, that's probably one of the most important parts because it lists some proposed actions the city could take to try to address some of the high risks identified for the community. The other thing I wanted to point out was that on packet page 240, fire risk was elevated in this draft by staff. So there's a review criteria that FEMA uses to rank risks. And as you can see by the numeric risk ranking, fire did not rank very high. Earthquakes are the highest ranked, but obviously because of the recent experience in this area due to wildfires, staff elevated that in terms of a higher risk type disaster compared to where it fell out naturally in the risk ranking criteria. So with that tonight, this is, like I said, administrative draft for initial review and comment, and any comments I receive tonight, I will bring back to the consultant, this is Tetra Tech, that's drafting this administrative draft, and have them incorporate it prior to the release of the full public document, which would be on July 12th. And at that time, of course, there'll be a whole other opportunity for council and public to provide additional comment. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. On page 241 and 242, where we've got this table of the projects, the timeline column has a footnote that sort of specifies it's either short-term or long-term or ongoing, but then the words in that column are low, medium, and high. So I was just trying to understand what low, medium, and high means in the context of a timeline.
So the low is longer term. So with the footnote, right, it defines short term as within 5 years, long term within 10 years, and ongoing is just an ongoing thing with no specific completion date. I believe that in that context, low is within 5 years. I'm sorry, no, that's long. It's within 10 years. Sorry. Although that's a good clarification I should get from the consultant so that I'm crystal clear, because you only have 2 options in the footnote, but 3 options in the table. So anyway, I will follow up on that.
Thank you. And if I may, I had a couple other questions on that table. For item number 10, the fund and implement evacuation coordination and backup power project, I was really interested in seeing the city do some kind of study about evacuation routes and what it would look like to try to evacuate the city really quickly in the event of a catastrophic fire. And I was wondering if that, I noticed it's only saying that mitigates an earthquake hazard. I was wondering if that had anything to do with that idea of envisioning how a fast evacuation could happen, and whether that would be applicable to wildfires also.
Yeah, so the evacuation, so currently right now the evacuation zones have been set, and the evacuation testing we're planning to do this fall. We haven't done it yet, or later this summer. I guess to answer your question, it wouldn't just be earthquakes, it'd be any reason that we might evacuate. It could include fires. It was just categorized as an earthquake as the mitigated disaster. Although you could pick wildfire too. So.
Sure. And what would this fund and implement evacuation coordination? How would that differ from what we're sort of doing already?
I think it would really just be perhaps some planning grant from FEMA that would allow us to further refine maybe what we're already doing. And certainly on the backup power project, that was something that we would need infrastructure funding for.
Is there any possibility to bump the timeline on that one? Because it seems, in terms of a low probability but very catastrophic event, if a fire came through Cotati and we needed to evacuate quickly, that would be super important for saving lives.
Okay.
Any further questions on this? Okay, since this is an action item, I will open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Moore. Looking to our attendees tonight, please use your raise hand icon for public comment. Mayor Moore, that will end public comment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Obed, do you have enough feedback on that?
I do. Yeah, thank you. I will go back to the consultant, get clarity on those things before we get to the public release.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we will move on to 11C, appointment of a voting delegate and alternate to the 2021 League of California Cities Annual Conference in Sacramento.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So this is not going to be one that you can't cast your vote from your couch this year. It's going to be in person in Sacramento. So the League of California Cities, of which we are a member, requires that we appoint a voting delegate that will vote on the conference resolutions at the annual business meeting. In the packet, the conference, as the mayor said, is in Sacramento. The dates for the conference are September 22nd to 24th of this year. The business meeting will be held on the last day on Friday, the 24th of September. And in addition to the voting delegate, the city may also appoint up to 2 alternates, and the alternates can be city council or city officials. And typically in the past, the voting delegate has been people who plan to attend the conference, obviously, for obvious reasons, because they'll actually be there. So that's, and if it's the mayor that goes, I think typically it's mayor or vice mayor if they're going, but I think it could be hypothetically anybody. So anyway, with that, I'll give it back to the council and take any comments if there are any or questions.
Thank you. Councilor.
Mayor. Yes, Mayor Moore, I'd just like to move that we extend our meeting past 10 p.m.
Oh, thank you. I thought we had moved that time to 11, but I'll double check. No?
Oh, did we? I thought we left it at 10.
I thought we moved it to 11.
Oh, okay. If you all, that's fine.
Could that count for 11 o'clock if we go that long? Sure.
Yeah, I believe it's
Let's
11.
hope we don't.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. Councilmember Harvey?
Yes, I know that probably you and the vice mayor may want to attend. I just wanted to offer that I will need to attend that meeting because if everything goes the way it is planned, I should be appointed to be the president of the North Bay Division at that meeting. So I am required to attend. And I'm happy to be a delegate if you so would like that.
Thank you. I would be interested in going in September, and if that is not, something happens and I can't make it, I certainly would like to have alternates there. So Susan, you're going to be there because you're anticipating the president of the North Bay Division.
That's the plan.
Right. Barring something unforeseen.
exactly?
Councilmember Ford.
Sorry, can you take Vice Mayor Landman first? I wanted to hear.
Certainly. Vice Mayor Landman.
I just want to say, unlike most councils most of the time, once again, hearing you guys talk has made me incredibly happy. Susan and John, you said exactly what I wanted to hear, because in September, I really don't want to go to Sacramento. So, and also congratulations to Councilmember Harvey. This is very impressive, and that's not only a big thing for you, but it's a big thing for Cotati. It's indicative of what you've done for this community all these years. So a thumbs up on that. Yeah, so I would be, I recognize maybe it's the Vice Mayor typically, but I would be happy, since you already have to be there, it seems logical, and frankly, I'm completely fine with it. So if you two want to do it, I say thumbs up.
Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, so I'd nominate Mayor Moore to be the delegate and Councilmember Harvey to be our alternate for that business session.
I'd be happy to second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Thank you. Ms. Burgess, could you do a roll call?
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Councilmember Sparks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Landman.
Yes.
Mayor Moore.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so now we will move on to our city manager's report.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor. Give me a second to get this up. All right, so on COVID, real quick, as everyone knows, the governor has ended the color tier system, and masks are no longer required for fully vaccinated people in most indoor situations. There are still some settings that require masking regardless of vaccination status, and those include airport transit, public transit terminals, shelter, group homes, facilities. So if you need another reason not to get arrested, that's another good reason. You have to wear a mask when you go there. And then unvaccinated people obviously must still wear masks indoors according to the latest rules. Maybe I shouldn't say obviously, but they still have to wear masks indoors and follow other related rules. On the drought, it's a report back. We handed out 105 drought kits, and another event is planned for August 21st. But we do have extra kits of Public Works, so if people miss the past drought kit handout, they can stop by the city and pick up their kits whenever it's convenient for them. All right, so Cypress and Water Road rapid flashing pedestrian beacons are expected. They're both expected to be fully operational by the end of this week. We are rebuilding the wayfinding signage. It's out now. The community center roofing project is that construction starting next week, so we're all going to see the roof getting torn off next week. Bird section paving work is to begin next month on July 12th, and so a very weird coincidence that Runner Park is also doing some work nearby, and they threw a sign up on Myrtle that confused everyone for a moment until we figured out that they had their own project going on. Anyway, that got cleared up. I think their sign got moved, as I understand, and we're going to be putting our own project signs out here shortly. Local road safety plan meeting is coming up this Saturday at 10 a.m. and the Zoom link and other related meeting details are going to be pushed out here very shortly. In the world of planning, last night, the Planning Commission had 3 items. The Plaza View, that's that project on it's a multifamily, well, mixed use multifamily project on the corner of Charles and East Cotati, and that got design review reapproval. They changed the project a little bit, and that got approved last night. Multifamily objective design guidelines got recommended by Planning Commission, so that will be coming to council. And then the Reds dispensary design review got approved by Planning Commission last night. Some stuff in the police world. This year, the MAD Award, this is the award for officers that make the most driving under the influence stop. There were a few arrests in general, kind of across the board in all agencies because of the pandemic and the fewer contacts and also less bars being open. So there's just less, I think, people maybe driving drunk. But the MAD is awarding police department officers who have the highest arrest count for DUI, and in our department, Officer Tyler Wardell had the highest amount of 15 last year. So it's the second MAD award. So it's great. It's great for us and great for him. We do have area officer meetings coming up the week of July 19th to the 23rd. That's the week, Monday through Friday. There'll be various beat areas that we'll be holding meetings for, and it will continue to be in Zoom format for now. Residents and businesses are encouraged to attend, and if you have any question about what beat you're in, the map is available on the city website and on the police page. And we're also going to be putting out public information as we get closer to let people know about it. And then also something new that we have been testing. We would be the first law enforcement agency in Sonoma County to test something called the Bola Wrap. It's just another device that essentially wraps you, kind of a Batman kind of thing. It wraps you in a rope. Another way to sort of slow someone down without having to use other tools that could be, potentially riskier to use to stop someone before hopefully they hurt anyone else or themselves. So we've been working on that. And then in recreation, this past Saturday, we held our annual community yard sale in the Cotati room and raised a little over $1,600 for the recreation programs. And this could be enough to cover all the scholarships awarded this summer for children attending our camp. That's big news. And then we also had many donations from the community, and we wanted to thank everyone for their generosity. And we're hoping to host another one soon, and maybe even one in the fall this year. So stay tuned for that. As you heard earlier tonight, this coming Friday and Saturday, our children's theater group, North Bay Theatrics, will be holding their first ever Cotati Family Theater in the park at La Plaza Park. The summer theater camp participants will be performing High School Musical Junior, and the show starts at 6:30 p.m. Friday and Saturday, and everyone's welcome to attend. On July 23rd and 24th, they will be performing Lion King Kids, also at 6:30 p.m. each day. We are starting a new camp this year. It's a art and farm camp at the Veranda Floody Ranch. There will be two-week sessions, with the first one starting on July 19th and the second session starting on August 2nd. The camp is for children in grades 1st through 3rd, and they'll get to spend the days creating art and participating in farm and garden activities. The last day of each session will end with a public art show at the farm for children to showcase their creations from the 2 weeks. And this camp is now open on the city recreation website. Sign up now if that's of interest. And then big news, the biggest news of the night is Kids Day is coming back. It's not in the normal date, obviously, because of the sort of delay in reopening this year. But it is scheduled for August 14th. And we hope to celebrate all the missed birthdays from 2020 and 2021 in a very merry unbirthday celebration for the 28th Annual Kids Day Parade and Festival. And we'll have much more details on that coming out soon, but save the date because it's going to be very fun. Farmers Market continues at La Plaza Park through every Wednesday through the end of September from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. So come on by for the many things that the Farmers Market has to offer. Also, the Cotati Accordion Festival will be back this year, taking place on the weekend of September 25th and 26th in La Plaza Park. For more info or to purchase tickets, you can visit CotatiFest.com. I think they're also pushing out information about that as well, but in case you haven't seen that yet, that's what's going on with them. And then for anything related to the world of recreation, you can contact Ashley Wilson at 665-4222 or wilson@cotaticity.org. And the latest information is always on our website and Facebook page. And then with that, I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Abed. Councilmember Harvey.
Damien, will we be doing a national night out this year?
We will, yes. It's August 3rd.
And is it possible that maybe we can have a demonstration of the wrap?
Potentially, yes. We're just testing it out now, but I think we'll definitely probably, well, definitely probably, that doesn't really make much sense. The chief and I are talking about potential demonstrations we can do.
Okay, thank you. Just throwing that out there.
Yep.
Any other questions on the city manager's report? Okay, thank you, Mr. Obed. Next, we'll move on to the city council member report. And who would like to start? Councilmember Harvey.
Oh, you want me to start? Okay. On June 9th, I attended the education subcommittee. It was a great meeting. We had a presentation on the SAY, Social Advocates for Youth, and all the different programs that they have and the things that they're doing, and that was a great presentation. Then on the 10th, I was at the Sigma meeting. Have a little bit more to share on that for you. They have been doing the guide program where they get information from the different well owners. They sent out 8,000 requests for information, and of that, they got 200 calls, 120 voicemails, 91 online surveys, 23 paper surveys, and 15 email inquiries. So that was just as of that point. But so people are doing a really good job of helping round out that data to help us with our plan. The plan is proceeding. The schedule is going to be tight, but we're getting there. The outreach group is had some focus groups, and we had a presentation on some of the information that they learned from those focus groups. So now they will be working to format the messages and provide more education and things like that, so that we have that going forward. And then there was a little bit of discussion that Damien already mentioned about the drought and how serious some of that stuff is. On 6/10, I also attended mayors and council members, but I'm sure the mayor is going to report on that. And my June waste management agency meeting was canceled because we didn't have a full enough agenda. So that is all I have for tonight, unless you have questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lemon.
Yeah, two things very quickly. First of all, I also attended the mayor and council members committee, and I'll leave it to the mayor to talk about it, but I did want to give some credit to our mayor, who was kind of forced to pinch hit numerous times, and I found out evidently, much to my surprise, without any pre-warning really. It was a difficult meeting in many senses, but you brought a lot of calm and clarity and ran it well, and I think that was a good reflection on the city, so I want to give you credit for that. Having said that, one thing, I'll be very careful about this because it involves something that we're going to be seeing as a council, but given the interest in cities, including our city, about potentially looking at the cessation of new constructions of gas stations, any new ones or any that are in process. At the last RCPA meeting, I did ask for two things to be agendized. First, a proclamation of support from the Regional Climate Protection Authority for the concept of the cessation of the new construction of gas stations in this county. And secondly, along with that, that we recommend to all our jurisdiction members, which would be all the cities in the county, as well as the county, that they also, if they're not already planning to agendize this issue for discussion. I did this because it's logical, it's an item of interest. It is logical that the Regional Climate Protection Authority might want to look at this, and wearing a Regional Climate Protection Authority hat, you may well want to support this. Of course, this is up to the individual jurisdictions to do what they will, but there's nothing wrong with us. Indeed, it's one of our main functions to suggest things that we, as a bigger community, can look at together. So that should be on the agenda for the next meeting, I'm told. So we'll hear about that perhaps next meeting and see where that goes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparks.
Thank you. I also attended the mayors and council members meeting, and I just wanted to second Vice Mayor Landman's comments that you did a great job picking up the slack at that meeting. So thank you.
Thank you.
And likewise, I just want to add my thanks for forwarding my nomination to the Measure O Oversight Committee at that meeting.
Certainly. Thank you very much. That was a difficult meeting at best because as much as I offered to run the meeting from the get-go for the mayor of Cloverdale, she was insistent on trying to run the meeting from her iPhone in Indianapolis while on vacation. And so there were some issues where she was not getting the information she needed and she wasn't sure what direction she was going to go. So I appreciate your support. Thank you very much on that. I did attend the library local lab meeting via Zoom. We have a new interim director of the Rhoda Park Cotati Library. And they do have a good program going on right now where they have reached out to all of the Rancho Cotati High School students, and they're hoping to bring it down to the junior high level of a library iCard. So students know what their student ID numbers are because they're used now for everything in the whole school system. So the Sonoma County Library system is going to recognize that student number for the students to be able to access the library services for anything they want and not have to have a separate and have a little greater forgiveness for previous fines and things like that, so that there's no, as the interim director indicated, there's no library shaming. So I thought that was great. So they're doing some pretty good things in light of coming out of the COVID. And then fortunately, with the tax that was passed, I think it was 2018 for the library, they're in a pretty good budget position that they haven't been in years, so they're able to do some capital improvements and some upgrades to the library system as a whole. And of course, they've got the new Roseland Library coming online, so that's really good. So the library is doing some pretty good things, and in coordination with the students. So the other really good news is I think we finally got our liability premium in for our excess carrier for REMIF. The wonderful news is I believe it's a 39% increase. Angela, is that correct? Something like that? Yeah. But it's a really difficult market right now, so I think we're happy to have that bound. The positive side of the REMIF meeting is the medical program is doing really well. And that was implemented, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago, so that's doing really well. So, so it's the yin and the yang of the insurance world. So I think that's it on my council reports. And so now we can move on to public comment on non-action agenda items. Do we have any attendees interested in commenting?
Thank you, Mayor Moore. I will open it up to public comment. And that will end public comment.
Thank you. And then information received after the agenda was posted.
There was that letter that came in from Generation Housing, which I believe you did receive. It is now posted to our meeting portal.
Thank you so much. And then we were going to go into closed session regarding the contract with our city manager, but I don't know that we have that contract completed yet. So we will put that off until the 27th. And then any contract issues will be backdated to meet with the existing end of the current contract, which is July 11th, I believe. So we should be good on that. And unless there's anything else at this point out, we will go ahead and conclude the meeting, adjourn the meeting at 10:24 p.m. Thank you all very much. Have a lovely 4th. I don't talk to you guys, and take care.
Thank
Good
you all.
night,
Thank you.
everyone.
Good night all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have a great night.
Night.